this is what we need to do, and she's telling him to leave it alone. I was like, we just can't win with them. Oh, I mean, like entertaining is like it's not like. Yeah, so but yeah, I went to toe to toe just because I'm supposed to be head of media, so you would think I'd be allowed to have some kind of input. You know, it's one part of it, but myself. I want the seat position, seat one, play name, and Tuesday. And she's like, what do we need to know? It was about how the mention it to her.
Pick up my cushion by any chance? I left it here because I went to the bar and it disappeared by the time I got back. All good.
Who'd want it anyway?
They're pretty comfy. Oh, pretty comfy.
You don't have any Peter. You mean Jordan? Not at all the time.
Probably, but I need a few more struts under there.
As soon as someone goes on that side of the lane, it balances out.
Yeah.
All went on this side.
Beautiful.
For like a seat photo or something?
Yeah,
With
I'm
final
taking it.
table already.
Well, everyone else is staying this one, but you guys are still sitting there.
That's okay. We're not losing chips.
Fair enough. What do I do? Just put them there.
Right there.
Yeah, I keep talking to her about it, so. Yeah.
2 rows, 600. 4 pump. 5 pump. 6 pump. 7 pump. Easy first.
Is there someone sitting there?
Yeah.
Belinda. Big.
Dangerous.
Belinda. Geez, I swear she doesn't have ears.
Got a big line, big lines. Don't miss your ace.
4 pot.
Yes, we do. It's becoming a habit lately, hasn't it?
Already battled.
Yeah, BPU.
5.
6 raise, 500. 7 pot. Oh,
The unforgettable
Strange.
features.
I did. Oh, it's a second, but you just weren't here for the first.
This is your table?
Yeah.
2B table? What is beta?
Uncheck.
You watch it on
We get the
Facebook.
special cards.
You can watch it on Facebook, watch me play.
In Facebook?
300.
In about
On
20
top.
minutes.
Don't have chips in
Show
them.
you how to. It's Facebook, Facebook
They
too.
don't have to be very heavy.
And watch me
They can be like paper things.
Yeah, chips.
Yeah.
about half
It's
past
just
3.
like a coiled wire.
Log on
on top of
Facebook,
it.
APT live.
6 bet, 900. One check.
APT.
Check.
Live?
APT live.
This?
Lovely turn, Belinda. Got away with that cheaply, thankfully.
She raises, I thought.
Yeah.
I know she's calling with the jack, she's not calling with the 10.
No, that's right.
Wait for about half an hour.
You will be live. This one?
Yeah.
Right.
Won't be yet.
So this.
As soon as she calls that turn, bet we're over.
Yeah.
She checks back, I'm not putting
Full
another
hold.
cent in.
No,
What
very cool
happened to
too.
table number 7?
She leads, it's 6 spew off call.
Could be here.
Probably not even,
Okay.
to be honest, I probably
I
didn't
go
win.
back. I watch.
Yeah, half past 3. Half past 3.
Past 3.
5, please.
6 raise, 500. 7 12. 1 12. 2 4. Heads up. Two check. 6 check. Two bet 600. Two check, 6 check, check out the checking.
Well, not opening week, constant. And then I turn absolute nut about a girls.
Yeah. Even with aces. Not
Hey?
opening live.
Hey?
Not opening live with aces.
What do I want to do? Raise heavy and not get value, or try and get value out of them?
Five four. 6 4. 7 1. Two raise 600. 4 4.
Good start. What are they paying for?
Two check. 4 check. Two bet 700.
Yeah, I had my granddad put in there not long ago.
Yeah.
And then all of this one in as well.
That's come up pretty good, isn't it? Good places.
Yeah. She went a bit deeper into that one. Oh no, that's I got a burn mark on my arm a while ago. And it's just not healed properly. It's just stayed that calculation.
I'll keep that in mind. Spot. 700. One raise 400. Two calls. Four calls.
Attention all players and dealers in the Big Chill freezer. Your blinds will be up next 10. 800, 1600 with the 1600 big blind ante.
Four way. Check. Four check.
Very much
Five
a
check.
handball player on that board.
One bet. 1,300.
Yeah, always one flop behind.
Two calls. Four eight. 3,700. Five calls. One call. Three way. Four six. Four bets. 4,600.
Raise.
Five raises. 13,200.
What's your last one? You will be.
Yeah, something.
Oh, I'll keep an eye out for it. It was black, wasn't it?
Yeah.
It might even be in the green room.
Maybe.
After I finish your massage, I'll check out.
Cool. 13,200. Cool. Be careful. I'm putting it down. Yeah. Very good. We go. That's it. Check. Raise all in. Get one, raise all in. Four pop.
Coming over. Hi, bro.
It's what?
Me and my dad in live stream.
Are you kidding?
Good bet.
Oh, no, yes, I did that.
Well,
Why? Okay. Cool.
So we finished it.
I hope that was a good fold, Belinda.
It's alright.
Wow. Okay.
Did you stay on live stream all day?
Yeah, unless I bust
How
out.
big was your flush?
Wow.
Thanks, bro.
Is there a reason behind that?
I had the ace once or twice. Re-raised on the turn.
I was like with the call. I was like, there's
I'll
no
have to chat to
chance
Tony about that
I'm gonna
later, 'cause
call.
that's crap.
Otherwise, I fold to your range.
Every guy out there that spends the same amount of money we do, but because we're on
Thought
camera,
my
we
raise
can't
was
get
well
enough.
timed.
7-4. One raise 400. 3-4. 3-4. You got the new player in 3, yeah?
Fuck off.
Full forward. Cool. Great. New player in 3. Cool. Action 5 gold, 6 check. Five check. 6 check. One bet 600. 5 gold. 6 gold. 5 check, 1 check.
Is that this?
5 at 1,700. 1 call. 3 5.
Hey, Belinda.
Hello, how are you?
I'm good.
Yeah, 1 5.
What's starting stack? 50.
Yeah, I thought it was too.
That's what it said.
Anymore. Hey, cool. 1 raise 6. Mark, you have to take the chips out of your box and make sure every hand you put the cards in the box.
Oh, sorry. Cool.
2 calls,
You're on the flash table now, mate.
3 folds, 5 calls, 6 folds, 7 folds, Mark 600. 8 calls, 4 whack. Mark.
Check.
8 check. 1,000. 1 bet 1,000. 5 calls, 8 folds. Heads up. One bet 1,600. Perfect.
Good start, Belinda.
Hey.
Right, 75k. Misprint.
What?
Misprint. Yeah, I thought it was 75 too. When I counted 50, I was like, oh, okay. Didn't think much of it.
I could have sworn it's 75 as well.
Anyone
Just to
here
get us
play?
here and then
Sorry?
just to get us
Small
here.
blind.
Yeah.
That's one of the reasons
Should
I
I?
played, because it's going to be 75.
Should ask us.
Yeah, me too.
TD.
One folds. Two races, 100. 3 fold, 4 fold.
Four or five. Five, I think. Because I got out ninth. Raise.
5 raise, 1,800. Small blind, please, 100. 6 fold, 7 fold, 8 fold. Two fold, 5 raise.
Attention, all poker players, we are doing flips into the
Mark,
grind.
small blind.
$150,000 guaranteed flight. We are doing 1 in 10. $125 per ticket. 1 in 10 will win you a empty grind. If you would like a ticket, please raise your hand. We will come around and take your details.
Two fold. 3 fold, 4 fold. 5 fold. 6 fold, 7 fold, 8 fold. 1 check. Heads up. 1 check. 7 check. 1 check. 7 bets 500. 1 call.
Yeah, I got 10 high. That was good. Monster.
I wanted to see how lucky I can be if I can get an accurate score on this. Much too positive.
3 fold. 3 fold. 4 fold. 5 raise. 6 fold, 7 fold. 8 raise, 1,500. 1 fold, 2 fold. 5 calls. Heads up. I'll check. 8 bets, 2,200. 5.
raise was okay. Queen 10 spades. The raise was fine. The call was fine. I shouldn't have
Where'd
called.
you get the jacket from?
It was well and truly yeah, ace king for sure. $30. Pocket jacks.
I was thinking how you said you
Ace
went to the
queen.
F1 or something.
I'd like to say that, but
Looks pretty neat.
Four
Looks
pop.
real.
yeah, I've been offered $200 for it, but
5 4.
changed my mind.
6 4. 7 4. 8 4. 1 4. 2 4. 3 check. Two bet 4. 3 folds. 7 5. 1 4.
All gravy, mate.
Yeah. Get around there sometime.
How many hours you been getting
All
out
worked
of
out.
I can't believe I got first hand how much was out there, like as far as kinds of hands that could have been in it.
Everywhere.
I
That was everything but a full house.
at work, so I took a bit of time off.
Sorry?
Doctor prescribed that it'll take 2 weeks. What I have, but generally 3 days. 3 days a week's fine.
Yeah.
Crazy.
5 4.
What's what was it?
Raised to
I don't
5.
think we were.
Small blind.
Oh, okay. Yeah, there you go.
500.
Yeah, and both of us have
One
A6.
call, 2
Both flop 2 pair.
3 calls. 4 calls. 4 way.
500.
Three check, 4 check. 6 check. Combat 1,200. 3 back. 4 calls.
Start bidding in the air, so
It's funny how they can get away with it.
I've actually folded half my hands at aces. This junk aces. I've only had one premium ace so far.
me too. One with another one.
Yes. Well,
Yeah, still got
That
flogged.
wasn't from Todd. I've had that from the
you got me licked on that one. When you run good, Belinda, you run good. Yeah.
6 4.
I don't know, but like you're still calling off with Jack 4-0 there. Still-
More than
April.
That's all right.
1 call.
Hand plays itself after the turn anyway. Actually, the flop because you flopped top pair. So we just keep moving on.
Two raised to
Next
1,000.
game.
Three forward. 4 forward.
My usual. That was where I made fired. Who's on charge today? You're in trouble.
Three way.
Oh, mate. Rocks.
That's right.
fold. 5 fold.
Love and hate that hand. Def Leppard made a song about it.
Let's go. Yes, please. Thank you.
No, thank you.
7 fold.
I'm unfamiliar with the red
Hey,
packet. You know what? If it's okay, I might take a couple. Is that all right? That's all right?
1 raise, 400. 2 fold.
Tough. Thanks, mate.
3 calls, 4 fold. Action the front.
Red and then
5
be
fold.
cinnamon in all other places.
Cinnamon.
Yeah.
Cinnamon ones are actually really good.
6 fold.
I've never
Canada and America do cinnamon mints more often than blue, strawberry, or other flavors.
Okay.
Why don't take us to a deal, eh? Every table.
Sorry?
Deal every table, eh?
Yeah, all the derivatives of poker, blah, blah, blah. Only game on Battle and Cup when I'm ready. But it's all Baccarat and all the poker derivatives at the moment. So. Good job. It's crazy.
Yeah. Bad hours, though.
Oh, look. If you're a night owl like I am anyway, it's normal hours.
Well, I was in the Cops for a long time, so working at Surface for 4 years, so we're drinking tonight.
Everyone else all good? You okay?
At least
Thank you.
1 week and 3 here on nights.
Yeah, so that's a bit different because you go from days to nights, where it's just constant swing shift nights. So
Alright, poker players, we do have 2 more seats left into our grind flip. $125, 1 in 10. If anyone is interested, there is only 2 seats left remaining. Raise your hand. 1 seat left, guys. 1 seat. 0. Done.
So our first thing, we used to do 7 nights of night work, 11 to 7. Then that day you finish at 7 and come back at 3. And the next day you come back at 7 in the morning again. So we do a double quick shift that afternoon. You're just like, first day off, you're just like,
first day off, you're going home and you're going fucking bed.
and then you just start cranking up.
We bet 7,000.
Long day today.
I'm almost not dropping up on it. So did you make day 2 of your Dracakis?
I lost it last leg. Tobago. Put myself in a silly spot. Well, not a silly spot, it just goes runner, 1 card straight. For some reason, after I fought 2 pair, I still decide to call him off, thinking he does have a 10, which he has anyway, so should never be calling. My big mistake of the day, and it hurt me. So then we grind the 21k stack for 40 minutes. With the birds on the shade, with the birds in the shade, it's so lonely.
500. 5 volt. 7 gold. 7 check.
500.
All this 500. 7 4.
Didn't really look after that one too well after we got over those, so it's taken a lot longer. It's Grandad.
Mark the one, please.
Obviously somebody in Holland.
Grandad.
Yes.
Grandad there. Kids there. It's all about family and protection. I'm surprised they're even allowing the phones to be on the rails, to be honest.
1 fold. 2 fold.
Alrighty, players in the ground, ones are now up. 200, 400 with the 400 big blind ante. 200, 400 with the 400 big blind ante.
5 gold. 6 fold. 7 fold. Mark.
No, it's not. But I didn't announce it. I understood as soon as he said 5 calls. I'm like, 1, 2.
8 check, the option. Heads up. Action.
Check.
8 checks, 5 checks. 8 plus 600. 5 fold.
Monster pot. Well done, mate. There's a couple of monster pots before you came, so.
No, it looks like Belinda got them.
Yeah,
She got a good chunk of it.
it was a very interesting flop. Well, 3 of us were in it.
I'd like to know what that hand was, to be honest.
Her hand.
All of it. All of it.
I had
that, hand was,
A6.
that hand was very intriguing.
I showed my hand.
You showed yours?
Yeah,
A6.
and
A6 of hearts.
yeah, those 6 hearts.
Wow.
So it was like, yeah, I had the nut blocker. Yeah, it's the only reason that's why I raised when the turn came in on the club.
Free raise 2000. 4 fold, 5 fold. 6 fold, 7 calls. 8 calls. 1 call. 4 8. 2100. 5 4. 6 fold. 7 4.
These chairs are the worst.
I know, I've got to get from my cushion or if I can feel that side at some point. I'll do that on the first one.
3,000 total.
$50 on an office chair.
Yeah, that's the go. Would have been the best thing you ever did.
Alright, people players, we'll be doing our
Best
first
day
flip for
yesterday.
the afternoon. The
Last
grind
night
flip.
I was sitting over
Richard
here.
in 1,
Had to get
Matt
up every
in
5
2,
minutes.
JD in 3,
The arse
Big
was
Oos
fucking
in
sore.
4 and
Mind if I
8,
turn the chair around?
Craig in 5, Chris is in 6, Sheena's in 7,
Re-rated 7,000.
Kate in 9, and Darren B in 10. Good luck,
So now
everyone.
we're actually putting weight in.
Seat 1 we got 10 9, seat 2 was ace 10, seat 3 was 8
Well, when you
9,
switch the other way, I'll do that.
seat 4 was 4 5, seat 5 was
Probably
10
not
2,
enough
seat
room
6
for all
was
this to do
9 8
it
To
off,
be honest, I could move over and you could do it now.
Ah, you're right, mate.
seat 7 we got 7 5 of spades, seat 8 was jack 6 of spades,
One day, I don't think so.
seat 9 was jack 8 off, and seat 10 jack
There's
2
something probably
off.
under someone's
That's
house.
exactly right.
More than likely. Probably a deal.
Flop is 5, ace
Saw it on
and
there,
6,
like, take it out from work tomorrow. I need it.
turns the king,
Pretty sure I dropped it.
7 how much?
7,800.
a king,
8 goals.
ace 10, Matt, you are grind winner.
Freeway. Three bet 8,500.
Good dance today. Who's got the playlist on today? Whose playlist is running?
4 calls.
Must be hers.
8 raises. 22,000
As long as the
total.
playlist stays in this sort of range, we're good. Uh, 550 and then the rotation. 550 I busted out in 32nd, rotation 5th. 5th.
Just the Gold Coast chance. I busted out with 4 left to go to bag.
Oh.
Made one stupid mistake. I misread fella. My pockets weren't good enough.
Two
One
bucks.
mistake's hurt.
Cost
They
me,
just hurt.
cost me it all.
That's like Dracakis for me. I play pretty much perfect, as we're saying, I play perfect poker all day essentially. Bad start, run it back up, like really
Four moves all in.
poker.
8 calls. Show cards, please. We have king king.
There you go.
Thinking not as good as kings, so both cards would be low. With just a call bring.
But
Good. Are you serious?
There it is there.
nice spike, unlucky bro.
Yeah.
What the fuck?
24,300.
So you go spin it down, spin it up,
Wasn't thinking as good
and
as
then
I
call,
was thinking.
like flop 2 pair and then call down on 1 card straight on the table. Stupid call.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
But the guy's fully
There was
capable of
no
bluffing in that
action
position.
for
I know him
I think I
quite
had
well.
2 ideas.
He is fully capable of bluffing in that spot, but he just flops the world on me when I've got ace 9 and just flops straight to the flop and just turns it and the jack, I just don't put him on jack 10 numbers. Jack's would have been one, you don't have jack 10, queen 10's the other hand, or like that queen 10 you don't call, and yeah, has jack 10, clubs, just flops the world.
Yeah, bloody, I got down to 10,800 in chips.
Yeah, I just called it.
4 4.
And
That's why I was like 10s, jacks. I had 2 overs with a straight away.
Weighs 1,200. 6 fold, 7 fold, 8 fold.
Do you want that
One
call?
call.
You actually want that call?
Yeah.
And he wants that call there too.
2 fold,
Absolutely.
3 fold.
Drawing to what? 3, 7 out.
We go for that now.
Okay.
Alright, what have we got now?
1,200.
1,200.
5 bets, 1,200. 8 fold.
You on the call, bro?
Hey?
You want him doing that? You want him doing that for 7 outs? Like,
Yeah, of course.
he's 28% and then 14%. Like, yeah, that's close. He's got 7 outs times by 4 and times by 10. Yeah. And chop outs, but chop outs we don't really take into play in that.
Ace King as like a continuation.
Yeah, I think it's the change.
He can then do that with 10s, jacks, with overs. I think a lot of people call, but it's not really possible for him to plays there.
I just learnt playing crash. Not really into it, but just playing the ring liner.
So you can deal it, let alone play it.
Yeah, not he didn't have Ace King, but I was like, you could have had Ace King. Yeah.
5 fold. 6 fold. 7 fold.
Yeah, so as I was saying,
Yeah, that's right.
went down to 10,800
And then
chips
I was like
about
putting
an
you
hour
on
before back up. I ran it up to 95.
Yeah.
And it just condensed. Oh, sorry, we were just about to condense to one table.
Yeah.
And I got the dealer, but
Oh, I know what that's like.
there's a pocket 3. 3 bet.
4 jacks.
Small blind calls, hijack calls. Flop comes out 2, 5, 7. Small blind checks,
4 check.
hijack checks. I bet 12, see it.
8 check.
Small blind folds, hijack re-raises, min raise, 24.
Yuck.
So I'm like,
Hating life.
I'm hating life now because just expecting a fold, right? Especially there was no pre-flop raise except for mine, and it was checked to me on the flop.
Yep.
So I'm thinking, alright, he's either got ace, queen, jack. Called to see if we can hit. It's a shit flop for any high cards. I've 3 bets. He's putting me on king, queen, king, jack.
Correct.
You know,
Putting you in that range.
in that range. So I'm like, okay, no worries. He's not going to see these little blinds. These little bloody things coming. So I pushed all in over the top. Snap calls, pocket tens.
I was going to say it's like 9 to 10 0.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's good.
I didn't see the tens go at all. I thought for sure I was in front of the against ace,
Mate,
king,
I
ace,
had
jack,
my
ace,
aces
queen.
tracked by Jack 4 over, second hand in. It's alright. Just got to reset. Reset the hand, mate. Each game's a new one. If you don't like it, you steam about it, but it will kill you if you keep sitting on
12, 7 fold.
Yeah.
8 raise, 1,200. 1 call, 2 fold.
Yeah, that's right, yeah.
3 fold.
Hey. You think they're designed for hands like that, do you?
5 fold.
Brad's just an ass to deal with black shit. Because I'm exactly the same.
5 check.
Oh, personal presentation. He's not bad.
Yeah, 2, 4, 4.
Maybe it's honestly,
Who's money bags?
yeah, well, that's what I said.
There's a couple over here.
Change, please.
I only have 1 5, but I can give you 1.
Yeah, one's behind it. Thank you.
Exactly what you needed for the big line anyway.
Last night, I thought pretty good with King. I made program jacks, top gun jack plus King. The next alternative was a jack.
Jackson tonight up against Aces.
Yeah, I was the. So yeah, she's better be staying in lane away. Actually, I'm a tree. Can I get out of it? On the red show.
Fold, 4 fold. 5 fold.
So the red show percentage.
6 fold.
Fix it and leave. Then that will screw.
4 way. 6 check. 2000. 1 call. 3 fold.
Attention, all players who have registered for the 5-card pod limit Omaha. If I could please get you to make your way over towards your tables. Our tournament is due to commence in just under 2 minutes' time.
I was smacked into that first before I started into this.
8 bet 2000.
I was smacked into the Omaha before I started into this thing.
It's a hop, isn't it?
No, they
Oh, it's a different one,
They
isn't
got a 200 or 250 PLO.
1 call.
Right. Oh, is it?
I mean, if they let me go into the hop, I'll do that now.
Fair enough too.
And not enough money. 8 bet
Not the money yet.
2000.
That's okay.
I am
Thank you, darling. We're going to go with that, baby.
Of course.
It's just like kids with dad. That 3-4-year-old age. Even now, sometimes, yeah, but not as
Like that when those things come to you. They think you've got money. Don't give them too much time with that. Use it for what they want to be used for. That's very
same.
I missed my flash.
But I'm not paying for us. Like it's just before we get to New Zealand, so we need to get a few days pay.
Yeah.
Well,
You want to perform more? Prefix.
and I was like, well, I could probably do the Friday, Sunday, a little bit of the Sunday. And I mean, yeah, like going to do IT setup. And, manage that for the first few days, considering like how much issues we've had. Like here early. So, fingers crossed. Something.
4 fold. 5 fold.
Something. But I'm not giving myself.
6 fold. 7 fold.
Yeah.
3 way.
What do you got?
7 check. 1 bet 1200.
Playlist is good today.
It's not bad, eh?
It's good.
Bit of a mix of old songs and then older songs.
3 calls.
I'll have the last one. How many's left?
3 gold, 7 gold. One check.
Bloody hell. Is that clever? Did Clever get it? I'm gonna go bash him.
We got the clubhouse.
Alright, poker players, the big chill has only 6 minutes left of late registration. If anyone is wanting to register, there is only 6 minutes left of late registrations. Anyone is interested, head over to registration now and head into the big chill. Current prize pool is 20,400.
You have what I have. Pretty good guess. Check.
I folded it straight.
Run it straight too.
I think. But was yours better than mine? Mine was out here already.
He had a 5.
It was visible for everyone to see. You shouldn't show your hand like that.
No, I know. It was probably a good fold. Maybe. There's only one question you needed to ask there. Was it a value bet or was it a bluff?
What happened there? Pre-folded.
One pot.
Good, eh? Great.
Two raises 1100, 1100. 3 gold. 4 gold. 5. 12. 7 gold. 8 goes all in.
Do you have the PLO 5? Started up $250 entry, 30k starter stake. If you feel like some 5-count action, please head through registration desk and secure a ticket into the Pod Limit Omaha 5-count.
Cool. Check out please. I know, it's great.
Good gamble. Pretty good gamble in that spot.
They're pretty cards.
Yeah.
And they're all live.
Rebuy.
Can't have a smoke and
Those
have a...
kills just killed him. Good luck, man. Oh, actually, tell me when I think I need it.
Good luck. That's a fair fight. That's a pretty fair fight.
Oh, straight.
Oh,
Bigger straight.
my God.
Oh my god.
You're still there. Just wait.
Chop.
Chop.
3
Straight out
minutes
there.
left into the big chill's late registration closing
You
time.
lose.
If you do wish to enter,
Shit kick.
this is your 3-minute call. We're about to close
Yeah,
up.
very long straight. Oh no,
Just turn the knife a bit.
6, yeah. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Yeah,
Straight on
6,
the
7.
board.
Yeah, don't worry. Don't mind me.
Anyway, I'm going to check that.
I wouldn't have seen the record. I wouldn't have pair and then bloody turn and 2 pair. With a 4 card straight out there.
Attention, all players who are still in the Big Chill freezer, could you please start making your way back to the tables. This is your 3-minute call. For anyone wishing to enter the Big Chill, you will have just under 3 minutes until our registration period is over.
7 fold.
We have a 68 player field with a total prize
Round 2.
pool of $20,400.
5,600. One call, 5,600.
Yeah. They're good weight and they're very distinctively.
I played a lot in the Philippines and played went to Vegas for a week. Just the quality of their chips and everything is just
beyond us. So
Good luck, man.
It's insane.
Thank you.
I've seen them. I've never
I
touched
need
them
it.
or anything. So I haven't travelled yet.
Triple up, yeah.
One plays all in.
But I can't wait. Go to Fiji, but there's nothing over there to do. But when I come back, I'm going to do like Philippines, Taiwan, and then go to Macau.
Players in the Big Chill, this is your 90-second call. You start taking your seats. We're about to commence. More poker players that wish to enter into the Big Chill, this is your 90-second call.
We are doing the first flip for the grind. We have seat 1 Matt, seat 2 Coda, seat 3 Chris, seat 4 JB, seat 5 Matt Medici, seat 6 Chris, seat 7 Kate, seat 8 is John, seat 9 Keith, and seat 10 is Clever. Seat 1 Pocket 5, seat 2 6 9 off, seat 3 8 2 off, seat 4 10 6 off, seat 5 6 2 off, seat 6 Ace Jack off, seat 7 Ace 8 off, seat 8 Jack 7 of diamonds, seat 9 Queen Jack of spades, and seat 10 Ace 10 of clubs. To a flop of 3 hearts, King of spades, 6 of hearts. We have a pair of 6s in front. Turn card brings the 4 of hearts.
I don't think
River card is the 10 of diamonds. We have 2 pair in seat number 4. Congratulations to JB winning your way into the grind for $125.
How does he ever think he's holding? He has no chance of resetting whatsoever. Didn't reset.
Thanks, Brad.
Thanks, Brad.
I would have made trips then, but
Yeah, but you know he's ripping.
yeah.
I've done it.
Someone do it to me.
Even if you smooth off with whatever pocket
They
it is on
raised
his
all in
king,
on the river on the
you know
other
he's
side,
ripping.
and I had
So I'm actually
king
limping
high,
to
and
watch
I had
that
10
happen
high.
and then rejam over the top if I'm going to begin. We know he's
Yeah, I didn't
putting
even know this guy.
5.6
Like,
in.
I
We
made
know that we're
it
probably
seem
going
like
to
you're
get a call
losing if I
here and
knew
get
the guy.
value and then we just jam over the top.
Yeah, just like shove
Yeah, but if you
river
jam over
into
the top,
dead
if they both
side,
call
10
and you've got a
high.
monster because you're wanting that to happen, watch them call off and then just four bet shove it.
No, I had king high. So I was all in.
You don't want them in the hand, you just four bet jam it.
Princess. Is that your name?
Yeah, I was the
Or
one
is that your
benefiting
nickname?
from it as well. Where I was like, I think I'm dead because he's shoving. And I had king
So your
high.
dad got to call you.
And then I flip it over and I'm like, I got king high. And then
That's small, right?
wow.
So you didn't take offense.
Dead button, dead button. Dead
Oh,
button.
that bottom.
Yeah, there's his big. Yeah, now it makes sense.
Seat 4 raise, 1,000. Five calls. Six calls. 7 calls. raise 4,100. Two fold.
Attention all players, we are doing a flip into our Gold Coast Championship main event, $150,000 guaranteed. We are doing 100 a flip, 1 and 6.
Four checks.
Cheapest way to get your way into the Gold Coast Championships. If you are interested, $100, 1 in 6 gets your way into the Gold Coast Championship. Simply put your hand up, we'll get Catherine to come around and collect your details.
6 bets, 5,200. Four fold.
West card.
Worst card?
Yeah.
I'm glad I wasn't in that. I would have hit a straight with that 7.
That would not have been good.
So like straight.
No, I
as
didn't think so. I figured you made the flush with that. The re-raise on the spec and then hitting it straight away. Oh, dream time, right?
Jack 9, spades, so much stuff.
I actually had the 9 of spades, but the 6 of clubs I think should go with it.
Five fold.
I think it was 6 clubs, 9 of spades.
6 and 7 fold.
Otherwise it was at 9 of clubs. Anyway, whatever. Yeah, 9 eagle there.
One raise, 800. Two fold.
What a good turn.
Three
Doesn't
fold.
even race.
I was just very happy when I saw that turn come as a spade, as a black the spade 7. I was like, thank goodness I did not limp into this hand.
Yeah.
Because I was looking at it going, oh, okay, I got a gut shot.
I was going for that straight away. Didn't even go easy. Just fired straight back into.
Oh, mate, over from here.
Yeah.
He fired where?
Doesn't go reset.
Oh, the rebel jacket. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I probably would have done the same. You want the blinds as well?
Yeah, but very had breather.
Yeah, go have a smoke.
Go have a
Yeah.
reset.
Get rid of the tilt. Because he was tilting.
Oh. Yep. How do you just spike, you know, an ace or a 4 there, you know, like it's not like it never happens.
It never happens.
Never happens.
No.
No.
Collusion.
800?
C5 raise, 800. 6 and 7 fold. Three fold. Three-way pot. T4 check. 5 check. One bet, 1,000.
Not a very good flop for my hand.
Five fold.
Shit flop for my hand.
Yeah, the lower card's not good.
Number 98.
I just called for the king 7.
How did you go?
Yeah, it looks like if I had a 6 7 maybe.
Yeah,
5
6,
6.
7,
Yeah. Something is some part of that.
Didn't matter what one there was any bet.
Alright, pick players, we'll be doing another
I mean, some
Gold
people would
Coast
probably
main
call
event
just to
flip.
see if they
1 in
accidentally
6.
fall over a king or a queen on the
Seat
turn.
1 got Keeper, Seat 2 Diego, Seat 3
an ace
Josh,
already.
Seat 4 Karina, Seat 5
Yeah.
Mark,
1,000.
And
and
me.
Seat 6 Ricky. Good luck everyone.
Because they hit it anyway.
7 fold.
They're looking to run a runner. I mean, the best runner there would be 10 Jack for my hand.
C1 fold. 2 fold.
Like
Alright, Seat 1 we got 6 3 of clubs, Seat 2 we got King Deuce of spades, Seat 3 we got Ace Deuce off, Seat 4 we got 10
Is it
7
a
clubs,
thousand? Is it?
Seat 5 we got King
Okay,
5
I
off,
miscounted. That's
and
alright.
Seat 6 9 8 off. Good luck everyone.
That's alright. I thought you put out 800.
Flop is
so
the
I was
Ace
like,
of
I'll
clubs,
just follow what you put out.
Deuce of diamonds, jack of hearts. Seat 3 has 2 pairs. Turns a 7 of spades.
Seat 4 checks.
Rivers a king. Seat 3, 2 pair. Josh.
Seat 5 bets, 500.
Congratulations, Josh. You have a main event Gold Coast ticket.
Sixth race, 3,500. 7 fold.
Also, people players, we will be doing another grind flip. If anyone is interested, raise your hand so I know if there's any people interested on this floor.
3 and 4.
We can start doing another grind flip.
Cool.
Seat 5 folds.
Um,
Three-way card. First off. 5 bets, 500. Six fold. Seat 5,000. 5 calls. Six
You leave them sort of. Just, I want to show them at the end if that's okay.
Heads up. First off. Seat 5 bets, 500.
Flush.
1 call.
Can you show them, please?
I just thought I'd do a little milking and with a shit
Can
hand.
you show them?
Runner. Nice.
I have aces again moving.
Did you?
I have two red
You have a
aces.
new
Oh,
player, seat
shit.
number 8. You got her name?
I half expected you to re-raise again to another 5 there. Or more. If you had straight or whatever, you know. I was like, oh, I wonder how far she'll go on
What do
this.
you have? Straight? The orange one? You have two pair at least, right?
That make it work.
And seat 4.
Put it easy, right? Yeah, just put it in the mail. Give it a price.
First off.
Yep.
Six
I went
fold.
500 to keep the pot down.
Jack what?
That's all, you
What do you
know.
want me to do with aces there, though?
Ah, man, you did the right thing at the time. But I had enough of a.
Are you good enough equity to call?
That's what I mean.
Absolutely.
1 call.
And then getting a call there too. Like
Correct.
3.5 there makes you easy call.
Correct.
She bins, you can probably go away. Maybe.
Not enough.
Seat 4 raise, 1,200. 5 calls.
Attention all players and dealers in the PLO 5. Our blinds will be up next hand 200, 400. Next hand in the PLO 5, 200 and 400.
Thank you.
What'd you have there, Belinda? 2 pair.
Jack what?
4-way card.
Jack what? Yes. Just yes. Check.
Seat 7 check. 1 check.
She doesn't want to give too much info out.
I'm only gonna go look at the stream to find out
First
anyway.
off.
Yeah.
There are only a couple of key hands I want to look at. Other than that,
Oh, the very
Six
first one is the one
checks.
that's intriguing me.
the big one.
Yeah, the big
Yeah,
one.
the big one. Yeah, absolutely.
1 check.
I don't know. I felt like I played that really well. No, I think I folded really well, to be fair.
4 bets.
I did fold after your. Yeah, no.
And attention
Oh,
all
right,
players
yes,
in the
okay.
grind, fly B, your blind.
You can say that now without knowing it.
300, 600 with a 600 big blind entry. That's 300, 600, 600. Next hand dealt in the grind.
Six bets, 6,500.
Cool.
It's a good call.
Four calls versus the
It's a good call. A6.
King one. I lose. I was more so thinking you had a heart draw, which is any of the above
Yep.
that aren't king
Yep.
high. Is what it is. I think it's not about that to call though, with everything you have.
Well, considering that flop after pre-flop action, you really couldn't expect someone sitting with 5 or a deuce or ace 3.
But that's why I was like, heart draws, all of the above is big blind as well.
Yeah, this is
Eight high
true.
heart
This is
draws,
true.
10 high heart
Yeah.
draws.
That's all in my range.
Yeah, that's
All
what
of
I
that
mean.
board is in my
That's why I think
range.
king high's
Yeah.
fine. You're going to be doing that all with your missed
Missed draws and missed straight draws.
missed straight
and
draws.
366
Just unlucky
first
evidence.
off.
You
Eight
said the
calls.
same kicker, didn't you? A7, king 7?
I had king jack.
Oh, you king jack.
the only way we win the hand is to bet that.
Yeah.
Two calls.
That's why I was like, I think that's exactly what you have to do, and I think you can have a lot worse than this.
Yeah.
Three calls.
Turns out. That's value betting.
Turns out that's what it's called.
Four calls.
Funny that.
Five calls. Six calls. And seven calls.
And it's just
Push
a
your
weird
bet,
spot, because if I
thank
think I
you.
need to bluff it, I can raise you off of it, but I don't think I need a bluff there.
Highway one. First off. Six and seven check. One check.
It is really good music today.
Yeah.
Three bets, 2.5. Four calls. Six calls, seven calls.
Oh, I understand now she's saying the box
One.
is double action every time.
Yeah.
Heads up.
Yeah,
I don't know why I didn't even,
behind.
I don't know why I didn't even think of that before.
First off. Six check. Simply bet 6,200.
Attention all poker players, we are doing flip number 2 into the grind. $125. 1 in 10, 6 seats left. If you'd like to see it, simply raise your hand. We'll get Catherine to come around and collect your details.
Which one you going to play?
Today and Sunday. 4:45 start, and then you back today, and then Sunday.
You got friends and family watching?
I don't think so.
Sorry. Not sure.
I thought it was the table. Not the table.
I hate that river. I'll show you only because I hate the river so much. That's why.
Didn't backfire, no.
Some always go to them.
No diamond.
Yep.
Feel quick.
It's good. Trips.
Not either.
I enjoy playing the cards when they're on win, lose, or draw, right?
Yeah, I don't mind playing cards.
We just like to win chips too, that's all.
Well, we're not
I like to
either.
be able to see flops and actually hit something.
Keep one fold. 2 and 3 folds. Keep 4 raised. 1525. Keep 5 folds.
Not cleaned it, made them worse.
15.
Seat 6, 3 raised. 3,800. Seat 7 folds. 8 folds. 3 8. Heads up. Seat 4 check.
Alright, for the ladies in the big chill, your blinds are up. 1,500, 3,000 with a 3,000 big blind ante. So all poker players and dealers in the big chill, your blinds are up.
Seat 4 bets. 3,000. She's fold.
Didn't have anything yet.
So I have 8s, bro.
Yeah. Either way, and we draw under the sun.
Yeah. It's either 3-bet or fold, right? And you're not going anywhere anyway. Like,
I was hoping for a 3-bet on the flop even.
you don't get a 3-bet on the
Oh,
flop.
a bet on the flop.
Yeah, you get
Then you fold.
you may, but obviously at that point, I don't like that flop, and I'm not really enjoying the turn. I'll be honest.
For sure. The turn didn't improve me at all, but I liked the flop.
Seat 5 raised. 1,200. 6 and 7 folds. 2, 4, 8, 9.
Oh, you got my numbers. You don't have 6 though. I'll take 8.
8?
Yeah.
Seat 8 calls. 1 call. 3-way pot. First out. 8 and 1 check. Seat 5 bets. 3,000. Eight fold. Seat 1 fold. 3 general. First off.
Alright, poker players, we do have 3 more seats into our flip. $125, 1 in 10 gets you into the grind. $150,000 prize pool.
Heads up.
If anyone is interested, raise your hand. Catherine will come over and get the information, and we'll get this flip on its way.
Yep. Nice hand, man. Sorry?
2 more seats, guys. 2 more seats.
No. Better than the jack, or until the river jack came.
1.
Sold.
Seat 6 raise 1,500. 7 and 8 fold.
You have not folded to one of my opens yet, Belinda. You have not folded to one of my opens yet. Funny that when I'm, you know.
Three-way pot.
Don't like folding your blinds, do you? No.
One check. 2 checks. Seat 6 left 1,300. 1 fold. 2 folds. 3-way pot. First one. 1 check. 2 checks. 6 checks. Check back. 1 bet 4,000.
Mismatch by the looks of things.
Two folds. 6 folds.
Can ace deuce. That's why we're not folding, because we have an ace in our hand. Hey Belinda, don't lie to me, I like to protect my blind. Jesus woman. At least tell me you got an ace so I know, right? What have we got? 8 and 9, lovely. Side by side.
Four folds. Seat 5 folds. 6 folds. 7 folds.
got to pick the right. It's 50-50.
That's cards on the cards going to problem.
Still got to pick the right one.
Correct. But you're like a house of 2% every time. That's it. That's a maximum.
When I was working in Malaysia, and then
One
back
bet,
then they didn't have
2,000.
but there was a cruise that went for 2 nights out of Penang, and they had a little casino.
Baseball.
And my interpreter, it's only open to locals. It's not like a touristy thing.
Yeah, right.
And my interpreter got me in. We went there. We had a couple of drinks, and then we went down to the casino, and all they had was seared baccarat tables, a couple of blackjack tables.
Yeah.
Anyway, she introduced me to this Chinese guy. And he's playing with the front of his car.
Where that big rat? Where that real big rat? 25?
5,000.
Oh, just, yeah.
It was a joke.
Nah, it's alright.
They were what, sorry?
10,000 ringgit.
Yeah,
About
right.
3,000.
Yeah, there's plenty of amazing what they bet here. I was on 49.
He spoke English as well. And he said, oh yeah. Said I'm over here working. Anyway,
You're right. Again, not in the blind this time, Belinda. Like,
Alright, better players, will we do another
you can't
one?
even use that excuse
Steve,
now.
Steve
So what's your
in
excuse
one,
now?
Dennis in 2, Tim in 3, Anthony in 4, Tim again in 5, Kay in 6, 7 is Cleaver, 8 is Warford, 9 is Warford again, Katie in 10. Seat 1 is pocket 7, seat 2 is Jack 4 off, seat 3 is Ace Queen off, seat 4 is Ace Jack off, seat 5 is Queen 10 off, seat 6 is 4 5 off, seat 7 is Ace 8 off, seat 8 is 8 deuce of diamonds, seat 9 is 9 3 of hearts, and seat 10 is 10 4 off. Good luck everyone.
There we go.
Flop is the Queen, King,
he said, oh,
5, 2 hearts.
And I said, oh,
Turns to deuce,
that banker. And he put them on park out there.
rivers a 9.
Anyway, it came up banker. I was like, oh, very good, very good. Anyway, jingling the pulp they do with the backer. And anyway, he turned to me again and he said, oh, what do you like this time? And I said, oh, as long as you promise not to bet as much. I said, oh, okay, banker.
Tim O'Shea, you are the winner, seat 3.
30 pounds ringgit. Anyway, banker came up.
Tim O'Shea, can you raise your hand up please? You are the winner.
Everywhere I want to shoot that night, over the weekend, was free.
It's for a ticket of a grind,
All
isn't
the
it?
staff called me, Mr. Lucky Man in Australia. Everything was free.
Start pushing this pot around a bit, eh?
Build it up or get it.
Yeah.
He gave my interpreter about 500 in cash. So this is to pay for the cruise as well. So it cost me nothing.
Yeah.
2 days.
Beautiful. Yeah, I know that, but it's not the point of Supreme Court. It's not like you're doing anything wrong. Like, yeah. Get it. Try to remember what I opened with. The hand's not up in the hand that I opened.
I think there's a casino near Kuala Lumpur, I'm not sure.
Well, I'm off to Fiji on the 1st. Hoping they have something over there that I can go and do, like, in their gamble wise. Must be nice. Every time I've opened, you've had a freaking hand.
That's why I was like, I get it.
If I stop opening, you stop getting hands, right? Is that the way this works? I think this is the way it's going to work for the day, Belinda.
If you would like a massage, please raise your hand. One of the team from Best Hands Reaction Massage will come over. It is $2.50 a minute. If you're interested, please raise your hand and one of the team will come over and sort you out.
Oh, that would have been lovely.
Princess, can we put her on an orbit? The next time I open and she calls, she's on an orbit, alright? 15, please.
Seat 6 raised. 1,500. 7 folds. 8 folds.
Here we go again.
I'm going to catch one of these flops. It's going to hurt.
2 folds.
You called as well.
3 folds. 4 folds.
Alright then. I called.
2 5 folds.
Just an under the gun open, guys. That's alright. I'll just go sit in the corner and
Cry.
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 Yes, that was what I was going to say, is cry.
First off. 4 checks, 5 checks.
And we are going to do another flip to try and get into the Gold Coast Championships. $100, 1 in 6.
4 checks.
If you are interested, please raise your hand. Catherine will come over and collect the details. 1 in 6, $100, a seat in the flip. If you are interested,
3,000.
please raise your hand. We'll get a team member to come over and see you.
4 folds. 5 folds. 6 and 7 folds. 4 checks. 5 checks. 1. Show 5 please.
No sixes.
I was open-ended, that's why I stuck around, and then the king on the river was just nice.
I think my 6 was good then.
Catch an ace or a queen.
I had 6 there.
Oh, right.
What did you call me with this time?
King on the river.
I had ace queen. I'm not opening light. I'm just calling off.
Flying
Which creates
Like,
that
I don't like
action.
that king more than anything.
You smooth calling
Like, I
creates
feel like my
that
6
action.
should be good.
Yeah. I thought someone was chasing a flush. You know, I was either Belinda bet it before, which a lot of people do, before actually getting it and then getting it, or you called it. And got there.
You both fold.
2 and a half. Seat 7 raised.
it?
2,500.
Oh, right.
You both fold.
I'll put you on a nice all in there. I was that price, didn't you?
Yeah, oh, yeah.
8 folds.
Getting 5 to 1
I'm
for
not
your
even
money.
shitting on that.
So, you know, it was being full
Yeah,
on.
yeah, exactly.
As I said, as soon as she then calls, it's now pricing for you guys in the blinds to play along.
Yeah, exactly.
4 folds.
What's going on down the end here, sorry?
2,500.
2,500.
I swear he said call.
2,500.
In that one before, I had 6 8 open-ended with this pair of 6s.
Yeah.
I was like, I feel like my 6 could be good until
5
the king.
folds.
And then it was true. King on the river. No good.
Checking the dark.
Heads up. Seat 5 checks. 7 bets. 2,500.
straight flop.
Till a tenner and ace weird.
Yeah, well, I didn't put him on ace 10. I put him on an ace, but
Lines, please.
I was hoping he'd call and then give me a chance to hit another king or a jack.
Can I have change, please? Eight folds.
Again, that's why I had to re-raise.
Take one raise, 1200.
Yeah, yeah.
Two folds. Three folds. Take four re-raise, 3.5.
Stole my action. So I'll just have to replace it with this action.
Five folds.
Who, me?
6 and 7 folds.
Oh, I was targeting you, yes, Belinda. Actually, no, I didn't even think about you. Is that worse?
Which way do you want this? Yes, I was targeting you. No, I wasn't even thinking about you. Take your pick. Either way, it's not a good answer.
No, that's right. I was only doing it for a smile, mate.
One check.
It's a trick question. Don't answer it.
Yeah, I know, right? I was never raising with my hand of 7-4 offsuit.
I was with 9-10 suited.
Well, that's a nice hand. That's one of my favourite hands, 19
Yeah, but I
suited.
can't call a 3-bet.
It isn't, oh yes.
A 3-bet the shit out of Belinda though.
Alright, poker players, we do have one more seat for the Gold Coast main event. If anyone is interested, raise your hand, $100.
Thank you.
My pleasure.
Thank you.
So I should have tried. I might get in trouble for that too.
Two folds.
What?
3 folds.
Feeling alright? No, you're not feeling good? You folded, it's not good anymore. I'm actually curious what your VPIP is at the moment, Belinda. I reckon it's about 80%.
Oh, easy, easy. I reckon if you went VPIP percentage plus win percentage, you'd probably 80-40 or something. Probably 80-60.
At the moment.
5 folds. 6 and 5.
Get a walk.
If I don't know.
Oh, and has threes too. Maybe I should have
I think I
opened
had
on your big.
I think I had a hand to raise
You
that.
call anyway. We see a flop, I bet you fold. Unless you spike a 3, right? And knowing my luck, you spike 2 of them and I hit my jack.
Well, finally got back up above starting stack.
That's
after,
always a good thing.
back after suffering that first hand where I lost 2/3,
For 30 a stack.
at least a third.
2 folds.
I still want that stack over there. At least half of it.
Yeah.
Just half of it. I don't want to take it out. Just half of it.
You re-raise 1,500. 4 folds.
I'll take half, you take half, okay?
Okay.
5 folds. 6 folds. 7 folds.
I wonder if she feels targeted now or not.
Oh, absolutely. We'll just keep asking for the
I swear
strawberry.
she's ignoring it, so she's just not listening.
No,
She's ignoring.
Big
She's
smile
ignoring.
there.
make it entertaining for the streamers. a bit too,
Absolutely,
right? Like,
absolutely.
you can't sit here and call
Bullying
silence the whole
people,
time.
that's-
It'll be so
that's how
boring.
it
No,
goes.
we're not bullying. We're not bullying.
Would you call
at
it
all.
bullying? I
I
don't think
wouldn't
so.
call it bullying.
I really like Belinda. I think she's a nice girl.
She's a lovely lady. I still want to chill.
Tough opponent too.
I wouldn't call it bullying.
Sorry. Well, I didn't quite catch any of that. I'm sort of half deaf in
Both
this ear.
ears.
8 years as a DJ, younger in my life, is yeah, always having one earmuff on and one earmuff off. Or one ear just cop the rest of it.
Heads up. One cup.
Just,
Usually bet 2,500.
Oh, good cards. Good cards.
it's just a live stream.
You can log in online and watch it. You can log in online and watch it and see everyone's hands.
You get to see what we're holding.
That's what our mates doing here, and see them there every time they get it. Oh, I wonder what they had in that hand.
I don't care what they have in that hand. I haven't looked at. I have not looked at straight hands.
Oh, nor have I. I'm not going to do that.
Just changes the gameplay.
Yeah.
I'll do it later to find that first.
Oh well, yeah.
I want that,
Yeah.
and I want the hand that she called me down. A couple of purchases that she's made, she's called me down with like shit.
Like ace deuce.
Ace deuce.
You got to see that one.
Jack 4. The one that you were in was interesting to me. There was one other one.
Well, that
she
makes-
told
that
me
makes
with me as well. where you
Definitely
got
not
4-5, I don't know what she sold it. She's smoothing and making that
Oh,
action
the 4-5.
instigate.
Yeah, yeah,
She's
yeah.
smoothing and having all that action instigate into me.
Yeah. And she was raising. She was raising.
Yeah,
She was raising.
And if she bins pre, you go away because he's not calling for value, you're not calling for value.
Yeah. I was betting minimum bet for pot control.
Yeah, that's right. And I'm going no with my aces and then getting 2 callers anyway.
Oh yeah, I got away with it. It was 3. No. I legit. Yeah, I'm normally good at maths, but I was just
6 and 7.
please.
You started and I'm yawning already. That's not a good sign. Red Bull.
Maths isn't like a TV show. Okay. Making joke. Maths isn't
See,
hard.
8 balls. He's 1D raise, 6,500.
6.5.
5 balls.
I'll be a Huckleberry again, Belinda.
Eight balls.
Heads up, mate.
Heads up.
Can I have my cards back?
Alright, people players, the Gold Coast Championship Flight C is about to commence in 1 minute. You can start taking your seats, we're about to commence.
And we are doing another flip into the main event. In seat 1 we have Katie, seat 2 Jeff, seat 3 Trent, seat 4 Clever, seat 5 Karina, and seat 6 Ricky. Seat 1 Queen 3 off, seat 2 Jack 9 of Hearts, seat 3 5-3 off, seat 4 King 2 of Spades, seat seat 5, 7, 6 off, and seat 6, ace 9 off. To a flop of 7 hearts, 9 of diamonds, 10 of clubs. Ace 9 is currently at a head in seat 6. Turn cap brings the 4 of diamonds.
Yeah, I figured that. I didn't think it mattered what I
River
was going to call
brings
it.
the 8 of
Bet
clubs.
with.
We have a Dracakis straight in seat number 2. Congratulations to Jeff Jigley. You have won your way into the Gold Coast Championships for the small amount of $100. Congratulations, Jeff.
Flop the world. I didn't know which one I wanted, whether I wanted the king or the queen as to what you had in your hand.
Probably
So I was
the king
hoping
now.
for the opposite. When you checked, I knew you didn't have the jack, so I was like, all right, she got the ace king or the ace queen. I don't know which. I've got to be careful here. I want the opposite to hit. Another heart in the middle would have been nice.
A little bit more sweaty.
Yeah. I know, I'm sick of bloody collecting chips and giving everyone else and then giving them back there. This is like it's like a funnel, yeah.
Well, tell you what, you give them to me, it won't be the same funnel.
Right, okay.
It'll be a different
Let me see if I can work on that
Yeah,
for
please do.
you. Here, fishy, 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 fishy.
They're just taxpayers and not government.
Yeah. I reckon if I re-raise your re-raise and do a 5-bet there, she'd
jams.
call. No, I think she'd call. And she'd put me on ace king, and then she'd be a bit more wary. Ace queen wouldn't call. That's not a good enough hand to. Sorry, raise it. It's not a good enough hand to re-raise it. Not unsuited anyway. Suited maybe. 7-2 game. Do I win?
You didn't win.
100 each, please.
You didn't win with it.
Oh man.
You can't fold it and still win.
Yeah, but I'm the only one who showed my cards.
15, please.
Seat 6 race, 1,500. 7, all in. 8, fold. 1, fold.
Attention all players in the grind flight B. After the hand in progress, you will be on a 15-minute break.
Whacking, mate.
All players in the grind flight B. After the hand in progress, 15-minute break.
Wait. Gotta sit down, man. Yeah, just until everyone's done. I guess it's because of the streamer.
It's just a big jam, mate. Like, so why should you do this so often, so light? I think the one time I decided that I'm going to call you off, you've just got it, right? Fold. I fold.
Big fold.
Like, I'm not opening like mate, and you're ripping, and you've got like king, jack, king, queen, right?
Ace queen off. Now we can move?
Ace king. I haven't beat that,
Oh,
right?
you got it 6.
Oh, you didn't beat.
with you here on the Break of the Players Champs. Now, I was going to congratulate you for your victory the other day. I'm not sure if I should or not because you did beat me heads up, but you went into the final table as the short stack and you're running up all the way to the win. You dominated four-handed. Talk about how you did it.
Mate, look, I always back myself when I'm short stack if I can just get one double and get enough chips to play a little bit of poker.
Yeah.
I back myself. I've been in that position a lot. So I got my double and then waited for a few of the short stacks to go. They went early and then I knew I had to take the man with the chips on. I knew we were going to clash and yeah, you're the guy that I knew I probably had to beat when you had like 5 or 6 million chips at one stage.
Yeah. So you've had an amazing 2024. Have you put all your success down to the way that you've played? When we got to four-handed, you really dominated. Is that why you've had so much success for the year?
I have. I've had a lot of seconds, and I've felt I was a little bit passive. So the only way I feel now is get on the attack. Don't worry about spots. Play your cards, play the man, and go for broke, mate.
And we played together basically all of day one on the same table, and the spots you put people in, there's no wonder you get to the final table with all of those chips. So good luck in the Players' Champs. And I heard that you shouted dinner, which doesn't surprise me after the Players' Champs. Any truth to that?
Mate, I'm happy to shout the whole room. When I won the WPT ring, I actually shouted every poker player a drink.
That doesn't surprise me whatsoever.
So, mate, when I win, everyone wins. So that's the way to go, right?
All right, thanks for your time, mate. Appreciate it.
Can you ask these names? No, because he checked.
Hey, I'm not an arsehole.
Oh, that's a bit harsh. He showed his hand before.
What's that?
Yeah, you should have waited for me to show.
No, I didn't really care. If you didn't have 2 pair, I didn't care.
You happy to win the pot?
In my head, I put you on Jack 9. It's just, I don't know, you hesitated and I thought maybe you got Jack 9?
No, I had a small ace.
Oh, okay.
He said ace.
Jack 9, mate.
Watching Mel at Coops when I woke up this morning, the 5:25.
After hours?
Yeah, it's good fun. I had a sweat in Coops. Mate, he was last of 11 all the way to the bubble.
Yeah.
He puts in 2 of his last remaining 3 with ace jack-o, and it goes all in, and then he folds.
Oh, no.
He gets ace 5 and ace 8.
Oh, really?
And ace 8 covers. So we're like, just hold 5 on the flop. We're like, not like this. 8 on the turn.
Oh.
Snuck in for a min.
Wow.
And then Happy Well did his thing.
Yeah, he shipped it, right?
Yeah, he did.
You want to walk?
That'll be nice. I want Marco to have a really good hand too.
A walk's good. I'll take a walk.
I think he said a walk.
Yeah, I thought so as well. I was like, what?
Marco doesn't have
doing?
fucking aces versus ace king or something like that. He hasn't lost one of those in a while.
Why would you live in Sydney? All the poker action's in Brisbane.
Brisbane's like Silicon Valley, mate. That's what it is. It's like the Silicon Valley of fucking poker.
Mate, Trav is rampaging.
The rampage is slowed down now.
He's rampaging, bro.
Second turn.
Maybe we are playing for second.
Me and Josh. Are you trying to boost the price pool so you can just snatch it away? Joe, snatcher. Snatcher bankroll.
Matcher, Thatcher. This is brand new, brother. This is not released. You can buy what we're releasing the merch.
Wow, what a mate, eh? No, you can't have one, you can buy one.
We're releasing the merch in 2 weeks. Half the reason I'm here is to promote the merch. Not that I'm great.
You're on mic. You're on the mic.
Yeah, it's all free. It's all free.
Yeah, you got to promote it. So the APO hoodies, how much are they?
140 actually.
140. I think it's like a Kathmandu. Yeah, it's awesome. Yeah, I'm touching it at the moment. It's awesome.
There for once.
Australia nuts.
I'm thinking what combination of flush draw could you have? Oh, that was it. Ace deuce, that's fine.
We have a sweat. I don't know what my second card is, but I have an ace no side. I fold if it's a deuce or a three. That's the ace. Fuck me, man.
That was a sweat for me too.
Yeah, that was a sweat, dude.
That was good TV.
Oh, fuck that thing. It would have been better if I peeled an ace. Yeah, I didn't know which one it was, so I'm squeezing the first one and I'm like, oh my god, no ding. And then I see ace of clubs and I'm like, ah.
See, look, we even have Norman behind us talking absolute nonsense as per usual.
Full of beans.
Yeah.
Just 700k.
That's what happens when you're from Pakistan, though. You're just born full of beans.
So cool.
Yeah.
So did I open? Correct.
Have a look at your cards. That might tell you something.
Half the one in those cards.
Yeah, that's right.
You just never seem confident in all these, huh?
Nah, I don't mind if I lose this one. The king queen one, I would have been like, oh my god, not again.
That one would have hurt.
Like this, whatever.
Just some stand-up equity.
Oh, the dark arts, huh?
Oh, that's
You're going to really need to put the backpack on now. GG, man.
Good luck, guys.
GG.
Just rather stay out of your way at this point.
I got wrong with
torching big blinds. Yeah. I just folded kings. I'm not like this house bloke. It's got this aspect where he thinks going all in with two kings is a good play.
It's ego. Kids with ego. What the two kings in?
He obviously has no idea. Like, we're on film, bro. Like, I don't know how you're not embarrassed.
I hope you haven't sold for this.
Straight, yeah.
Say something about that.
Yeah. Do you know why, bro? If you've sold a percentage to this tournament, your backers are going to be very disappointed in you for just throwing away money. Throwing away money. Your new nickname, Huss?
Huss Insane.
Huss Straight Torchin.
That's like a street cred name.
Yeah.
Fuck off. I'm good at finding when Huss has got nothing.
Bean bagging, straight torchin.
You haven't got it?
Sorry? Me?
Yeah.
Oh, so you're
Just make sure we include everybody. Not hard to learn more.
Yeah. Right here.
Just over the way.
Well, I don't know, but there's.
table noise is really good there. If I beef it up on the stream, people talk, it's like it connects. I've got to repeat somewhere in here. So I think what it is that if you're going to commentate, bring the table down, and if you want to listen to the table,
This comes down?
yeah, that's yours.
G'day, kiddos. How are you? So that's.
I muck around with it.
Well, I come in early. So both. If we're both
your
out-
volumes.
No. The question being.
It's table.
Yeah.
If you
I'm
guys,
getting
if I
that.
took the
And
table,
well, body players, we do have the PLO 5 running as well. If you wish to enter, please head through to
We
the
have to come
registration
in.
desk.
Alright. So,
Coming
and
in
then.
today, 30,000 starting stake, blind level 300, 600, 600, 20-minute blinds. If you do fancy some 5-card action, please go and see your registration desk and get your way into the 5-card.
If we change to a 4-colour deck, what's this?
no, I've done just a new graphic. So I did have a full color deck on there earlier, and I just didn't like the color of it. Different graphics. No, it's not full color now.
No, because it's. How can you tell with.
But I can go to full color deck.
Spades and clubs just go for this one.
What does it look like?
Can I have your chips off the square, please? The chips, can you take them off the square? The chips, can you take them off the square and then put the cards on there? Like this?
Oh, they have to be outside the square. Okay.
Thank you. 4 folds, 5 folds. Six raises 1,600. 7. 8 folds. 5 folds. 6. I'll get it. How much is it? 1,600.
All players and dealers in the PLO 5, our blinds will be at next 10. 400, 800 with an 800 big blind ante. 400, 800 with an 800 big blind ante.
with headphones.
I don't know how all that stuff works. I just. No. I've been actually. I think. I'm not sure, but I think it's been Jane. Really
Right.
She's
in
unbelievable.
there. Well, I don't know what she's wearing, but you'll hardly see her head. What the hell was going on? Like,
No,
she looked
that's
past
not.
me and it was just like... Out, I know, but here, I don't know what she put stilts underneath them or something.
So what have we got? 10 minutes.
Yeah, 10 minutes. Yeah, and we'll roll some of that stuff in, and I mean, unfortunately, Matt just hasn't had a chance to play with the technology. It's Harvey, not Harry, you idiot. One strike, Matty. Still on there. Still on there. Deleted and now it's back on. We also being heard when the mic's off. That message stays up there, that's one strike. It's not sitting here on the chat. See it. I certainly want a message on the Facebook page, just with my right name, please.
So I'm not hearing the table at all. Now I am. All right. I know what the issue is, Matty. When the table's open, our mics are open even when they're closed. That ain't gonna work. We have to turn the mics off. You know Tino?
I know
Of Tino's. You know Lucy?
Lucy.
Yeah.
No, Lucy. Yeah.
Yes.
Must have been when you quickly turned.
To the world, the poker world. Harvey Silver, Braden Jinks here with you for the Australian Poker Tour. This is The Grind, and a very good evening, Braden. How are you feeling?
Feeling good. Thanks for having us yet again here on second day of our coverage. We're at day five. Day five of the
Day
series,
five
aren't
of
we?
the series.
Oh, halfway through.
Day 2 of our commentary.
Day 2 of our coverage, yeah. And we're bringing you something a little different. A flight of the grind. You know, we've got, and it's going to be an event in which we play through to the end of the day and bag up and come back for day 2 tomorrow.
Yeah, this is absolutely one of the feature events of the week.
It's always been a big event, the grind. It's we've changed it up this year. It's always been, you know, that 2 to 3 day event where we can play all the way through day 1 and rebuy into day 2. We don't do that anymore. Day 1A, which was yesterday, and day 1B, which is today. Both flights will play through to a set time. They bag up, and all of them amalgamate to tomorrow for day 2. So no rebuys on day 2. I know a lot of people that were here remember the madness of entering in that last level on day 2. And as we spoke about yesterday, we know there's been 6 bullets, 7 bullets fired in the grind. Still unlimited re-entry, but just that little bit of a different structure. And we're down from 75 to a 50K start stack as well.
Help us out in the chat if you can, just that our levels are good, that you can hear us, that the balance of us with the table is pretty good. I mean, we hear it through our headphones here. Got a great setup. If it's the first time you're tuning in, you did miss a ripper last night. Gee, that was 4 or 5 hours of some unbelievable poker. We had so much fun with the Dracakis Players Championship.
It was something else. I actually, when I got back home, I had family members and friends that don't know anything about poker. Like, how good was that? How good was that? Like that, they didn't kind of know what they were looking at, but knew that it was chaos and knew that it was entertaining. And as we harped on last night, that's not usually the way for players champs how the Players Champs usually gone. So last night we were so glad to be able to get that action-packed table. That replay you can find on Twitch, Facebook and YouTube as well. It's well worth watching with Antoine Follett taking down his second major tournament in the space of 4 weeks.
And the hand, well, there was a couple of hands, but the hand that everyone was talking about and will be talking about for a long time was the one that really turned the tournament in heads-up play.
Are you referring to the Queen 10 or the Kings?
Oh, the Kings is the one I'm talking
the
about.
Kings, yeah. poor Caden thought picking up Kings on the button heads up off 20 big blinds, he was going to get the full double raises, and Antoine jams the King 6 offsuit into Kings, and I interviewed Antoine after the event, and we talked about how that's the worst possible way you can get your money in.
Well, it's the lowest percentage pre-flop, isn't it?
Correct.
Yeah.
So if you've got, for example, if you run Ace X offsuit that can't make straights, so Ace 6 to Ace 9 into Aces, and in this scenario as well, Kings into, King 6, Queens into, Queen 7, hands that can't make straights. King 6 offsuit into Kings is just about the last thing you want to see if you have King 6 offsuit.
Yeah.
But he turned Caden's...
No, we shouldn't tell everyone what happened. If you didn't see it, go onto the Facebook feed or the YouTube feed and go and have a look how that ran out. Well, it didn't even run out. It was over
Dead
by
on
the turn.
Dead on the turn.
Yeah, that was and that was about a 3 million chip turnaround, and
that was it.
Caden was pretty much short stack.
That was the last hand. That was the last hand. The hand that you're thinking of as the Queen 10.
The Queen 10 into the two pair 8s and 6s. So there was so many quite incredible hands in the way things played out. And it wasn't just heads up, it was all the way through that final table.
And we had...
We really enjoyed it. It was...
we had Dipper.
Yeah, Dipper.
The story of the final table. I know Antoine won, but Dipper... all in for that last 14K when the big blind was 10K, 20. The blinds were 10K, 20K, and he had 14K behind, and in the space of 10 hands, he had a million chips. It was unbelievable.
It was incredible. And he survived with a 5-2. He hit a 2.
He was forced all in. He was forced all in with 5-2.
All in with 5-2 and hit a 2 and doubled up from, 50K and finish up with $1 million and finish up going all the way through to third. If you do get a chance, we are going to put together a 15-20 minute highlights of that final table and probably tag it one of the most bizarre 3 or 4 hours of poker you've ever seen. I think we'll get millions of views on YouTube for that, so that'll be done. But yeah, if you didn't get a chance to join us last night, catch up on that. We've got a few heads on this table. It's our feature table. It's clearly not a final table by any means, but this is our RFID feature table, and there's a few names and a few heads on here that you know.
Absolutely. We've got one of Australia's hardest working and toughest grinders in seat 1 in Nathaniel Hutton. Had many a battle online, and when you see his name come up online next to you, it's not a table you want to be on. And Nathaniel Hutton's stepping more into the live stream now. He puts a lot of volume in, and he final tabled High Roller event only 3 or 4 weeks ago. So stepping his toes into the live scene, and he has been a regular, but you're going to see a lot more of Nathaniel in the coming months playing live, but very accomplished, very studied player. And one of
there he is now. Here he is, King 9. Probably call this out of the small blind.
So we're at 200, 400. Just don't have the blinds up on the screen, so I'm going to assume we're 200, 400. Oh, well, we can't beat this race.
Raised it there.
We can't be at this blind level if Nathaniel's chosen this size, so we'll just confirm this one for you.
We're just catching up ourselves here. We've only just sat down, and one of the things you will notice if you were watching yesterday is the coloured suits. We've change that over just to make that a little bit easier to see your suits, because I'm sure a lot of you are watching it on your phones, and it does get a little bit hard when the graphics are that small. So hopefully this helps you a bit with the 4-coloured suit. Let us know if you like that. Jamie's already said that he does love that on the chat. So yeah, let us know. We're trying a whole lot of stuff here, and we're here for you. We want to make this the best poker stream, not just in Australia, but really comparable with the stuff that you're watching around the world. There's been an enormous amount of equipment and money invested here. Braden walked in here the first time and sort of went, wow, because it really does look like a full-on television studio. So we have invested, and we want this stream to be great and interesting. We're going to be having a lot of away from the table content, interviews, and fun questions, atmosphere. Want you to get to know the players as well. So that there's going to be a lot of stuff through the week. Some of it'll work. Hopefully, most of it works. And absolutely your feedback, and especially yesterday when that final table was going nuts. The amount of chat, I don't think I've ever seen that much chat. It was fantastic. As you can see up on the top right corner, we've had 78 runners here. This is a 150k guarantee. So at the moment there's a little bit of an overlay. It'll be interesting. Braden's just walked back in. It'll be interesting for his take on this. It's just saying we've got a 150k guarantee, 78 runners here. So we're probably still...
We're close.
A little bit of an overlay still happening.
Yeah, I think just with the way the grind works, we'll have a lot of those rebuys later on in the day because it is an unlimited rebuy event. But
and you can rebuy until when?
You can. I'll just confirm that for you.
I didn't mean to throw that at you, but
you did.
there is a level here, isn't it? Is it level 12 or something that you can rebuy until, something like that? So you're right. I mean, once you've been knocked out, you can fire another bullet.
Yeah, all the way up until the end of level 8.
8 it is. Okay, so we're probably going to see a little bit of a run then. But tell you what, if you're in the area and you fancy playing, come on down, because at the moment there is an overlay on this, and it's going to be massive prize money with a 150k guarantee. So definitely encourage you guys, if you're on the Goldie, Brisbane, even Sunshine Coast,
now we're
jump on down.
The other thing too, we're playing around with our, doing a lot of experimenting this week, and we're playing around with our skins and our decks. And
I did mention that. I think it looks great from where we're sitting.
I think as for example, someone like myself who plays online quite a lot, what a lot of people are switching to that play a lot of volume online. Say if you're playing a lot of tables, or if you're playing on your phone, the 4-color deck is really in favour by a lot of players, a lot of professionals. So we thought, why not have a play around with the 4-color deck? So your feedback would be really good. There's a lot of times where if we've got a spade or a club on the flop and we don't have the 4-color deck, and the graphics we may not be able to see clearly if we're just watching on our phone. So
well, especially for people watching on their phones. We've got this massive screen in front of us here. It doesn't really make that much difference, but I'm sure that for you guys, most of you will be watching on your phones, so that should be a big help. Mate, keep going with some of the players that on this table.
Yes, so seat 2 as we move across is Luis Vargas, otherwise affectionately known as Lucho, and he's just a player that you don't want at your table. I've been put in spots by Lucho that other players just haven't been able to. He puts you in these. If he doesn't think you have it, he'll look you in the eye and he'll put all your chips in. And he's really a guy. For example, Nathaniel. Nathaniel's not going to want Lucho on his left, so that's a interesting. That's going to be an interesting battle there. I'm not sure. I haven't seen Lucho around recently, but he's been here for the series, and very competent player, very aggressive, and he's going to be really fun to watch. Now, Stephen Smith in seat 3. He came 4th in the Hashem Deep Stack on Monday. Had the chance to play all through the final table with him, and he is another man that's going to look you in the eye, and he's just going to put you in. He's not your math-based type of equity-driven player. He plays the man, and he put. There's not many people that could put Dipper in some crazy spots, but he wasn't one that shied away. He showed down a 10 high bluff. Mind you, Dipper nearly put the call in with the queen high and nearly calls it off. So Stevens, we're going to see, especially from seat 2 and seat 3, a lot of action. Really good score from Stephen there. Got very, very unlucky to come 3rd. He got it in for the chip lead 3 left, obviously 22k up top in that ace-jack versus Dipper's ace-8. And we know what happens when you go all in against Dipper.
Yeah.
Dipper spikes the flush and he was knocked out in 3rd. So, you know, if ace-jack holds there versus ace-8, our gentleman here in seat 3 could have easily been the winner of $22,000, but he's here back firing the grind.
Now, you and I are both very familiar with Tino Lecic. Tino has been part of the poker scene before the days of Joe Hashem winning the World Series. He was regular at Crown, and when I was playing down there in the early days of the Crown Poker Room. And, of course, his daughter Lucy's done a fair bit of work with us on the
Has been in the
APT,
commentary booth
in the
here as
commentary
well, I
booth,
believe,
and
yeah.
doing interviews and stuff. Lovely Lucy, if she's listening, she does tend to get on the stream when her old man's on the feature table and have a look at how he's going. So, Tino looking more and more like Father Christmas every year. That's not him there with the hat. He's around the other side.
What about
That's
the
him there
longevity?
on the end.
What about the longevity of Tino? You know, if we go back, you know, a player that's won high rollers and 1Ks back in the mid 2000s, but if you have a look at his record in the post-Solver era, where you know, around 2015 onwards, when a lot of young players, you know, come from gaming backgrounds, analytical chess backgrounds, that really took to the invent of solvers to change the game. Tino's still got plenty of scores after that era. He's been able to adapt. You know, we look and think that he's won the 5K at Melbourne. He won the 5K at Crown for nearly $100,000 3 years after the solver era started in 2018.
Yeah.
He's got scores 25 years before that. Unbelievable testament to the longevity of a game, and, you know, upwards of probably nearly $2 million Australian in cashes. You know, there's not many people that's been able to sustain that longevity in the game, and we get to see him play right here in the grind.
And obviously a really good poker mind. He was one of the first people who was suggested to me when I started to do some content around poker to get involved in an expert or commentary or you know, face-off capacity, you know, way back when. These were the days when the Crown Poker Room down in Melbourne was pumping, and there were tournaments. I mean, obviously the cash games were the main focus, but there were tournaments all the time down in the Crown Poker Room. You could come down at lunchtime and enter for $50, and I used to play a lot of those in the middle of the day for 2 or 3, 4 hours. And
I'll tell you what,
it was great fun.
I'm having an absolute ball looking at Tino Lecic Tendon Mob. He 5th in the 10K WPT5 Diamond, back when we spoke about it yesterday, when Mike Sexton came up with the idea of having the hole cards and the camera, when those were first televised. 1.1 million USD up top there, and Tino Lecic 5th, Maljuda 6th. 2 Australians on that final table.
Yeah.
You know,
and this was the, you know, that Joe Hashem 2005 World Series of Poker era. You know,
I mean, this is 2 years prior to that.
Yeah,
He's
so
still
it's that,
before that.
Well, exactly. So it was that. I mean, what Joe did was he put it on the mainstream map, but poker was flying, you know, at that stage already in Melbourne, and Tino and Mel, two gentlemen who I have sat at the table with. Not at that level, I do have to say, but it's great. It's great to have him here. This is unfolding into a nice hand here. You got aces against queens.
So we're at 400, 800. The blinds with this skin that we're running for the we're just playing around with this 4-color deck. The blinds will show at the start of the hand, which will then be replaced by the numbers. So as long as we keep an eye on that and let you go, this is always getting in Nathaniel versus Lucho. Always. Nathaniel double checks for the aces, but up to 100 big blinds. This is going in between these two players because they're always so light when they're re-raising each other, but they've got two strong hands, and there's
this is what happens when you can fire as many bullets as you like into an event like this. If this was a non-rebuy tournament, might be playing it a little bit differently. The ace comes out on the flop, and Lewis is all but dead here. He is now.
Nathaniel's hard to beat as it is anyway, but when you have aces versus queens, sometimes it just seems a tad unfair. Just going back to what Joe has done for the Australian poker community as a whole. I'm not sure if Joe would class this as a bad beat, but the year that he won, the year after, still to this day, actually no, it was broken not too long ago, but still to this day, first place prize money the year after when Jamie Gold wins for 12.1 year after. So Joe wins for 7.5, and 12 months later, which is 4 years after Chris Moneymaker, obviously the Moneymaker effect, 4 years after Chris Moneymaker won that main event, Jamie Gold wins the main event for 12 million. So Joe wins it for 7.5, and the guy next year wins it for another 4.5 billion on top.
It went absolutely through the roof.
That was it. That was the year where everyone, the boom was complete. Even though Joe won that main event for 7.5, that year after was where everyone looked at Jamie Gold and looked at those numbers in the main event and thought, why not? Why can't I do this? And it's like 12 million up top. It hasn't been eclipsed yet. We've had a couple of 10 millions up top, and obviously last year when Daniel Wyman won it for 12 million was the first time it had been at that prize pool level since Jamie Gold won it. But right on the verge of that poker boom, what Joe Hashem's did for Australian poker back then can never be understated.
I have told this story on the stream a couple of times, but the year after Joe won, I was lucky enough to head over to Vegas with Joe and his family and Tony, and I was doing a business thing with Joe. We had an idea. We had a poker idea which we pitched to Poker Stars over there, and went over to Vegas with Joe as the defending champion. And from the time we landed at the airport in Vegas with his huge banner there at the airport, full height, ceiling height banner of him as the reigning World Series of Poker champion. It was the closest, honestly, I've ever been to being a groupie for anything. And it was an amazing week in Vegas. We landed. Joe said, "Be out the front." We were staying at Caesars. Or was it Bellagio? I think it was Bellagio. And he said, "Be out the front, 5 o'clock." And we're all out there waiting. It was the first time I'd ever seen a stretch Hummer in my life. Came and picked us up. We went to a party at Antonio Esfandiari's house. This is the day we landed.
Way.
And George Costanza was there, and Ray Romano, and like all the Hollywood blokes who played poker. And he had magicians and musicians, and it was the first time I'd ever seen one of those electronic poker tables. With the screen where it dealt it to yourself.
Oh, you used to roll you used to have to slide. I remember that.
You put
Crown used to have one of those.
Crown had those for a while. And it was the first time I ever saw that. And he had one of those there because they had a tourney on, and the winner won a main event seat. And that was at Antonio's house.
Joking.
And that was just the start of the craziest week ever. And that's how I know that that was when the boom was just
complete. It's at the top.
Yeah. And Joe was right in the eye of the storm. And you know what? handled himself so well, still so humble, so, talk to everybody.
He's a great ambassador for the game.
Yeah.
And got to remember too, I'm not sure how much long after it was, maybe a year or two, he won the WPT 5 Diamond for another $3 million.
Do you know what? That wasn't a year or two. That was only months after he won.
Was it really?
Yeah, it was. So he really stamped himself then as that wasn't a one-hit wonder to follow up with the biggest WPT
Ever.
event win. So
it's incredible.
He won that 7.5 and then another 3. So he won over 10 in I reckon in about 6 months. So
that's insane.
I
remember a few years ago, I'm not sure, I think potentially pre-COVID, his son, was it Anth or Dan? I think it was Dan.
I think it was Anth.
Had the run in the main event,
yeah.
top 60 or something. And I can't recall the record off the top of my head, but it was the first father-son duo to be able to get that far
really
in
well.
those big field mains. It was definitely a top 100
Someone is going to
finish.
kick me here. I'm pretty sure it was Daniel.
Yeah.
Anthony arrived here today, so he's actually
Has
here.
he really? I
Yeah,
haven't seen him in the room.
He's playing the rest of the week. Tony Hashem, of course, is here. He'll join us up in the commentary later tonight. Tony's
had his own run in the main event, didn't he, one year?
Well, Tony won the APT, the Australian New Zealand
ANZPT.
Player of the Year, I think twice.
Yeah, wow.
He was. So very good player in his own right. Tony is playing in this as well. He bagged up last night, so he'll be back tomorrow to play in the grind. So, look, it's and there's lots of really well-known names here, and your contemporaries, mate. We shouldn't sort of gloss over this sort of new breed of poker player. You've got a lot of your mates out there who are doing fantastically, making lots of money, making lots of final tables, playing a slightly different style to maybe the old school, the Tinos and the Dippers, but it's still fascinating to watch.
Don't be afraid that there's more than one way to win playing no limit hold'em tournaments. And Nathaniel, a player that a very solver driven type of player, is going to be winning at a rate in which another player who plays a differently type of strategy, they could have the same win rate. You just don't know. And but recently the exploits of Michael Adamo have really put these types of players on the map. For a period of 18 months. Michael's taken a break from the game. He's back this month actually playing at Triton in Montenegro. But Michael's taken a break, and we had the best player in the world for a significant period of time, right from Melbourne.
Yeah.
And taking over that mantle at the moment, Bert Perry and Josh McCulley, which we see here at basically every APT. Obviously, they're at the World Series now, but they're here. They've always been supporters of being able to flick these tournaments in at the APT. So these players who have these exploits all overseas and amazing amount of cashes online have always been here flicking the grind and flicking the Goliath.
Very much so. And look, I can see in the chat there, Mads and the girls. When I say guys, I mean everyone. I'm not talking about men and women. When I say the guys, there's so many girls out there now who are just, as she says, smashing it. And we've got a little dynamo here who is doing incredibly well, who'd probably join us up in the commentary at some point in time. And I think you might have done a little interview with her.
Yes, well, it wasn't little. We talked. We just sat down and talked for. It felt quick, but in the end, I felt like we were sitting down talking for 20 minutes, half an hour for a couple-minute interview. But we just kept talking about poker, and Jade Mitchell's story is, it's actually nothing short of amazing. You a player that started playing $10 and $20 pub games on the sunny coast. It's a really big step to go from playing those pub games to stepping into a professional series like the APT and all the other operators we have in Australia. It's a big step to go from the pub to here. And not only has she done it, she's won 13 trophies. She's got 5 APT trophies. And we spoke at length about, she went up with Alex Linsky, who is probably one of the top 5 players that Australia has ever had. and Jade Mitchell, a $20 pub poker player, is heads up against Alex Linsky. She's going to remember that for the rest of her life.
Yeah.
On a final table that had Romain Movan and Dylan Foster, three of probably the top 10 players in the country, and there she is, heads up against Alex Linsky, all the way from pub games in the sunny coast. An incredible, incredible story.
And the other thing I love about Jade's story is sort of why she started, because she moved to the sunny coast. She didn't know anyone. So she walked into a pub poker game thinking this would be a great way to meet people and sort of, I don't know anyone up here, and met all these, friends through poker, and now she's, got such a big community of people that she knows, and it very much is a community. I mean, it's so competitive on the felt, but off the felt, everyone's hanging here, everyone's, in the Southport Sharks having a drink and having something to eat and chatting away. And I mean, that's what happens in sport. You're fierce on the field, and for us, it's the felt where you're fierce, but, everyone's incredibly supportive, and, Jade's story is terrific. Jade is probably not even touching 5 feet when she's on her tippy toes. She's tiny little thing, but she's got enormous spunk and enormous
her play style
enormous
is
fight on the felt, doesn't she?
That low to mid stake range, her play style is she's so aggressive, and she's always at the final tape. She's always got piles every time you walk past her table, and her style just really suits the games that she's playing. 5 mid stake trophies from APT as we. Ace Queen
beats Ace King. Yeah.
And that'll be an elimination. Obviously, we can still rebuy at this portion of the tournament. We're 501k, so we can still rebuy with 50 big blinds. Very good spot, especially with potential overlay coming.
Yeah, it's creeping up there. It's 83 now. I look forward to. We'll put that interview on, obviously, on the stream and
we
up
won't
on
be
our
able to
socials.
fit all of it.
We'll edit it down, but yes, that's the other thing that we're going to be doing through this week is as I say, putting up some other content, some interviews, and some interesting stuff.
What I love about Jade too, me and Jade have very similar. We're both, I would say, overly competitive, and we've had our differences in the past. We've played hands against each other in which we probably haven't talked to each other for a couple of days or a series, and we just sat down and talked about hands, and that's what was. We get an extra card down there, but it's just an infectious personality, but so like a little pocket rocket, but who's probably one of the most competitive players that I've played against, and. It was good to sit down and ask her questions and hear her story. And you will hear it on the interview, but I'm going to mention it now because it's relevant for the next couple of days. I asked Jade, what's the biggest piece of advice that she's got for someone that is teetering on playing that $20 pub game and looking to come here? And I found it really good. If you are worried, come with a friend or look her up, see what she looks like, and go approach her when she's here. She said she's happy to talk to anyone. She'll show anyone where the rego desk is. This is where your table is. This is what you do. And if you're playing pub games, come with a friend or come see her. She's more than happy to help. She's really good. She's a really good person for you to be able to approach. And if you're coming from that pub game to a $150 deal adult event, of which we've got 2 coming up.
Yeah, we're going to talk about those too, about the opportunity to come and play in this atmosphere, without a massive buy-in and without risking too much, but also feeling like it's a big event because it's dealer dealt. To be able to play a $150 buy-in event, dealer dealt. You were saying yesterday you don't see that anywhere. So
it does. It actually doesn't exist in this outside of casinos. That buy-in from all of the operators here in Australia, you do not have a 150 dealer dealt event, and we've got 2. I think the biggest one's going to be the Minotaur on Friday, 2 o'clock start.
2 o'clock Friday. If you're in the area and you
done.
ever wanted to play, just step out of pub poker, come to that one because. And it's going to be a big prize at the end because there's going to be a lot of people playing that. So, get down for that. 2 o'clock Friday. As I've said, you're down here at the Sharks. Get yourself a room here at the hotel and hang on to there's bands, there's a nightclub going on here. You can just come down.
I haven't been on that dance floor when the band's been on. You're only ever on the dance floor there if you're out of a tournament. So if you're out, you can head to the back and have a listen to the band. And I know we spoke about Saturdays usually pop off here, especially if it's a home game, but the Sharks are away.
Sharks are away. Fortunately for us, the Sharks are away. And again, if you haven't been here, I was sending pics and videos to mates back in Melbourne today, just saying what an incredible club this is and what they've been able to build up here. Obviously, Pokey's money helps a lot, but it is a really sensational club. It's it's full. Like, there's people here
all the time.
Yeah, all the time.
You can't get a car park every day.
The only thing I wasn't happy about was you can't get them to eat late. And last night after we finished our broadcast, I went out and I'm not going to tell you what I finished up doing. Well, I was with Tony Hashem, and we did have to go out and get some food.
I didn't see you at Hungry Jack's because that's where I ended up.
Okay, well, we were at the opposition, so and that wasn't great. But outside of that, and that was, I suppose, again, because it was a Tuesday, I would imagine from Thursday onwards, the bars and the restaurant will be open a bit later. So, yeah, get down if you can. It's a terrific spot.
Now, forgive us if we're not, usually we're on here really commenting and talking about the spots. I like to try and give the viewers a little bit of insight into, how these spots play out. But we're in a chip EV stage of the tournament, and this is a bit something we haven't usually done, where we're streaming from earlier in the day. It's a flight. This tournament doesn't culminate until tomorrow. So today's probably one of the days where you're going to hear us yap on a little bit about everything else, and
it's a good day to get feedback from you guys.
Yeah,
get
absolutely.
on the chat and tell us what you want to hear and what you want to see, because that's right. I mean,
tomorrow,
once we get into a money bubble, a final table, we're very much heads down on the play.
Yeah. So from tomorrow, that's when the more of the in-depth stuff will really start, because we'll be deep in when we come on tomorrow. We'll be deep on the grind in day 2. Friday we'll be deep in the 2.5K Goliath, our premier event, and Sunday, obviously the big one, will be here from very early to commentate the Gold Coast Championship, which has I've lost how many flights. We've run 6 flights potentially, but we've got what's been good about the Gold Coast Champs is you bag up and you're in the money. And so you're in the money on day 1. So you've got your $600 entry. You can satellite in for $80. And if you do make it to the end of the day, we pay out that $1,200 as a min cash. You get that on the day, and you come back to day 2, and it's a whole new tournament, and that's on Sunday.
Mads is pretty active on the chat there. I'm pretty sure you know who that is. I think that saw her in here yesterday. She said, "I love playing the 120 fully dealer dealt." Was awesome. So you've had that experience of that low buy-in and feeling like a pro. And then I want to see Omaha. Well, we did actually stream Omaha from Adelaide, Brisbane. There you go. So we upgraded the software.
It was absolute chaos.
We upgraded the software so we could do Omaha. So we can actually now broadcast Omaha. It was chaos.
I think that final table was full of a few characters as well, which added to the mayhem.
Well, it tends to attract, how can we put it, the more seasoned players, I suppose. and I think that game itself is chaos, so it does attract the more chaotic player. We're not doing an Omaha stream here, from what I understand, but that's something that
if you are interested, if you are interested in playing Saturday night, we've got the PLO4, PLO5 rotation for the $250 dealer dealt Omaha event. So when we're playing low buy-in, low stake Omaha, in a lot of other operators around Australia, a lot of those is dealer dealt. Is self dealt. So when you're self-dealing that low-stake buy-in Omaha, it's chaos. There's cards flying everywhere. A lot of people can't, me included, can't calculate the size of the pot in these big spots. We've got a $250 event where a dealer can do all that for you. There's nothing like it in Australia. And the 4-5 rotation, PLO5 is a lot different to PLO4, but you'll be able to pick that up as you go. And that's on Saturday night at $250 buy-in. I don't want to know how many runners that will get, but it will get a lot.
So PLO4 for me is one level, and then PLO5, I actually have no idea what's going on.
It's probably my favourite game. PLO5 is a very... PLO5 is very, very popular online now. A lot of players that were playing PLO4, which is just PLO, but with how much PLO5 has evolved in the last couple of years, we now distinguish PLO4 and PLO5, and PLO5 is so popular. I'm not sure we have a bracelet event at the WSOP this year, but it will come. Mark my words. I think PLO5, the prevalence of it online, in clubs, on sites, there are way more players playing PLO5 than PLO4. So that's why we've been able to... We also have PLO5 standalone events. One of them, believe it or not, is on right now.
Right. Okay.
We have a PLO5 right now for $250.
We'll pop out during the break and see what's going on there.
That even goes to show how prevalent it is in the community, having a standalone PLO5 event here, which we've had for the last few series now. So the rotation's a really nice concept, and I think to answer your question, it is chaos, but the game changes a lot. It's very heavily weighted towards the nuts, nut flushers and full houses, and usually if you got a flush or a straight, the board's paired, you're usually pretty dead. So whereas in PLO there's less combos of those hands, and it does take a long time to learn, but a really, really fun game to enjoy once you get the hang of it.
And what about high-low?
High-low...
Just add another element to it.
Yes, high-low is obviously... I actually saw a tournament online the other day. It was PLO6 high-low.
Were there any cards left in the deck?
Well, you got to be six-handed. There's no cards left in the deck. I did flick it. I did no good, but obviously taking a big liking to mixed games myself, trying to learn how they all work, and it's actually good if you're tuning into the stream and you play a lot of Hold'em like I do myself. It's good just to every now and then play an 8 or 9 game tournament. I actually find that it keeps your mind clicking over a little bit, and a lot of the times I've come back if I've gone played a mixed game series or something. I've come back to Hold'em and felt a little fresh. I'm like, oh, it's obviously not new to me, but I haven't played for a couple of days or a week, and so we're obviously always wanting to start with an ace and a deuce in our hand in high-low, because we want to be able to scoop the pot and not just win half. It's obviously the best 5-card low hand and the best 5-card high hand, and that low card starts at 8. So any of our low hands from aces to 8, obviously aces low as well. We always kind of want an ace or a deuce and a 3, and it's a complicated game to learn. And I'm led to believe the edges are quite big in PLO5, and I do want to mention Hassan Kamal, an Australian player that not a lot of people would know. A cash game player that isn't a regular at these tournament series, took down the PLO high roller at WSOP last year for $500,000. One of the only Australians that won a bracelet last year from memory. I think could have potentially been the only one, and that was in PLO high-low, one of the best PLO high-low players in Australia.
People would know you very well on this stream. I am very much a recreational player, but I've been playing for a long, long time. Way before you were around. I'm sort of Joe Hasham's era age-wise, and I've been playing with the same group of blokes for near on 40 years.
That's unbelievable.
And we still play the same game.
What is it?
Manila.
They used to have Manila at Crown.
Yes,
I remember when I first started playing, there was a Manila table, and the average age was about 75.
Well, I'm not that old, but they say it's the old Italians played Manila, and and I still play every 2 months with the same group of guys, which
Yeah.
is, and we still play with coins, no chips, $1, $2 coins.
Explain to me. Give me a rundown on the rules.
So Manila, you play with a half a deck. It's 7s and up. 2 cards, same as Hold'em. The only change in hierarchy is that a full house beats a straight. No, sorry, a flush
beats a full house.
Beats a full house, as opposed to the other way around.
Yeah.
Straight is in the same spot. And everyone's got to put money in to start with. There's 1 card upturned, and then you bet every card. So there's
You have a card turned up.
There's the community cards. One's turned up to start with.
Wow. Okay.
And then you bet every next card. So there's 4 rounds of betting.
Oh goodness me.
Yeah.
You still play the same game.
Same game, and you can't change it because there's blokes there who don't actually even. I'm not going to say know how to play Hold'em, but they just want to keep the tradition going. So,
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, so I've been playing cards for a long time, and the stakes haven't changed much. I think we've eliminated the 50-cent coins out. It's now just $1, $2. But there's nothing like beating your mates. It doesn't matter how much money it is.
Absolutely.
So and then started playing, a bit of poker, a bit of Hold'em, I suppose, around the boom, and then got to know Joe and and that whole group of guys who played, and then became very good mates with with Tony Hashem, and we played in Shane Warne's. Shane Warne was an amazing bloke who brought everybody together, and we all still play, even though he's gone. We still play in his honour, and his son Jackson plays with us now. Almost in Shane's place, if you like, and. We still do that every couple of months as well. So it's
one of the greatest moments in my life. I'll never forget. I just received my MCC membership in the mail, and he was on. I can't remember how many wickets he was on going into that MCG test where he took his 700th wicket, and I had to go into a ballot. So MCC, you're always able to just walk in and get your own seat, but because of the historic nature of what was potentially going to happen with Shane's 700th wicket, you go into a ballot. So I put my thing into a ballot, like my mum had to mail it off, so I must have been 15, 16. And I got a seat, and I was sitting there alone. And when he came on to bowl, I'm a one-eyed Western Bulldogs supporter, and I was there at the grand final when we won. I was there at the prelim final when we kicked that goal to win the prelim. Doesn't even compare to the roar that happened then, and it was twice as loud when he took the wicket. He was twice as loud when he got Andrew Strauss out bowled, and I'll never ever forget it for as long as I live.
The only thing I wish he'd known how much he was loved. It didn't really come out until after he passed away. I mean, I think he knew that he was admired, and and everyone knew him as a great sportsman and all of that, but just all the stories that came out about just what a great bloke he was, and it would have been nice for him to know that everyone, because that's all he wanted to be. It's all that was important to him was just be a good guy, treat people the right way, be respected as a person as much, if not more, than a sports person. Your eyes have just widened there.
I just tuned into that hand. It was a monstrous call.
It was a monstrous.
Ace Jack completely dead on that flop, went running straight. And I believe the man with 7-8 there is now eliminated from the tournament on 10-7-7, losing to Ace Jack. Anyway,
I think that's my only thing. I would have loved him to know just how admired he was, and
renaming the Great Southern. I wish he had have seen.
That's what I mean.
Renaming the Great Southern Stand after him.
We do too much, for people after they leave us. It would really be nice to do it when they can still appreciate it and still really see it. So, so we still keep that going, and I'm sure a few of the guys will even be on the stream watching this, and Tony and Joe and Anthony Hashem, who came in, Daniel. As well, all play in that group of guys, still, and keep his, not just his memory, but his love of poker and his love of mates, and hammering each other. He was the greatest sledger on the poker table. I don't know what he was like on the cricket field, but I think
probably just as good.
He was one of the great sledgers on the poker table. So, yeah, it's great that we can still keep that alive. And we did have a Warnie event in Adelaide or Brisbane, and I know Tony really wants to incorporate some sort of a Shane Warne Trophy event into the APT, and that's something that's going to be upcoming for sure.
I think also if you want a really interesting story but an incredibly big laugh, Shane's autobiography is one of the great. It's not only one of the great books, it's one of the great. It's a great sporting biography. Some of the stories that he told in that book that have never been, you know, I'm sure they were in the media at the time, but there are things that he'd done, you know, where he got photographed by the paparazzi, not paparazzi, when the secret photo with those Playboy undies. He told the whole story of how it happened in the book. He wore it as a dare when he was playing county cricket, and he forgot he had them on. And it's reading that in his book was in tears how funny that story actually was. But all of those moments that probably were didn't make him look so good, he turned into a hilarious story about himself.
Yeah.
And just showed the character that he was.
Yeah.
It's such a good book. I think it's just called Warnie from memory.
It is. It's called Warnie.
Yeah.
And you know
Couldn't
what?
recommend it anymore.
And he was a lovable rogue. He wasn't, you know, there's a lot of sports people who did, you know, sort of the wrong thing. And, you know, there's a lot of stories about, you know, all this crap that he got into. He got into himself.
And admitted it.
And admitted it, and did it because he was, you know, having fun, too loose, didn't think about consequences enough. But it was never, you know, apart from, you know, the obvious, you know, and it's one of the great, you know, regrets of his life is obviously that, you know, the end of his marriage. He does look back on that as a, and said it numerous times. But, you know, all the other crap that he got himself into, you know, was always not at the expense of someone, and it was always the media wanting to beat it up and, you know, put him on the front page. So, no, it was, look, a privilege to have been able to call him a friend. And, yeah, as I say, he obviously played the APT a lot. I do know, and Tony Hashim will probably come in and tell this story a little bit later when he comes into commentary, but I know that Warnie was very, very keen for Tony to buy into the APT. He was, he was, you know, actually with him. Warnie wanted to buy him as well. Yeah.
Oh, wow.
And he said we could revolutionise this. We could, you know, turn this as it's got the bones of something fantastic. And Tony was a bit resistant. And I think Tony will say now that he has, you know, come in as a majority owner of this very much because Warnie told him to, you know, and
what a story that is.
Yeah, so yeah, there's lots of great behind the scenes stuff. Now, as this has been going on, we've now, I think, eclipsed the guarantee. We've got 98 runners, so I think we're pretty good.
Yeah.
So we've picked up 15
entries while we've been napping on here. Talking about Warnie.
So that's pretty good. So we're probably going to have a massive prize pool here. This is going to just keep going. These re-entries. So again, I say it, if you're in the area, this is a great tournament to play. It's a highlight tournament of this week, and you'll get a chance to match your wits against, well, definitely the best players that are here. They're all going to be entering this one. So come on down. I've seen players chucking around their chips and in the last 15, 20 minutes, haven't we, even on this table?
Yeah, absolutely.
See Craig Abernathy in the chat, the great man.
He, if you think I was a Warnie fan,
yes, we did discuss that in Brisbane as well. He's a huge fan.
He actually, WPT had a Shane Warne memorial event, and Craig Deadset went up dressed. He went there dressed as
him,
full cricket whites, zinc. He had the zinc over his nose in the casino. I'm shocked they even let him in, but he was in there and he played.
I love it. Not sure if Craig's going to be around this week.
He cashed the main event last night.
Did he?
Yes, he did. He played the main event.
Well, how's
and,
that? How do I not know that? I haven't even seen him here. So
I do.
how good's that?
Yes, I got
All
a
right.
very small percentage
Okay,
of that. And
so
he
you were
sold
happy?
to
You were
I was very
smiling?
happy.
Very nice. Another one who I'm sure will get into the booth at some stage through the week then.
I think he mentioned to me he was quite keen to get involved. I think he actually was on commentary from that PLO stream that we mentioned back in Brisbane, and he was the one that relayed to me it was complete and utter chaos in the booth and on the felt.
Yeah, we've definitely had some fun in here. I've been able to sit back and just watch you guys go for it and try and explain to people what the hell's going on.
Yesterday, we've done a bit of commentary together now of a few series, but yesterday's coverage of the Players' Champs was something else. It would rival a lot of, those major streams that are online. It was, the stories we had there, the hands, the decks that keep coming out, cooler after cooler, crazy hand after crazy hand. It's really, really worth watching.
As I said, we'll do the little 15-20 minute package onto YouTube, and it'll probably get watched by millions of people around the world. And that's the way it'll go.
A bit of a hand developing here where Nathaniel Hutton's taken King 6 suited from the hijack. Rob with the flat on the button with the King 4 suited. Sometimes a hand would be looking to 3-bet potentially, but we're flatting here, and Rob's flopped top pair with a flush draw, and Nathaniel, who was already ahead in the hand, but has turned this 2-pair with the flush draw of Rob. Could be looking for some fireworks.
Both with healthy chip stacks too.
This stack to pot ratio is about 2.5, depending on what this river is. Oh, dearie me.
Wow. Okay, so that's the best worst card, isn't it?
It's the worst, maybe the worst best, I think, potentially. I think I wouldn't be surprised to see Nathaniel choose a really big size here. Maybe upwards of about 22, 25K. He's up for full pot, potentially. So we're just trying to pick that up, 19K. Snap
he called.
Yep. Yeah. I mean, I think he may even flick that in. He may even flick that in potentially to that size if we don't river 2-pair there, but could even. There are times where he could even think about raising, but we're not really getting called by worse hands. If we've got Ace King there as Nathaniel and we get raised versus this size, we're probably just letting that one go. So probably seems to be a pretty well played hand by both players there on the river. I like Nathaniel's size. He's gone 2/3 pot. Thought he might go a little bit bigger, but he definitely knows more than me. And he's chosen that 2/3 size, which has been snapped off. And
again, no idea what his opponent's got. So
of course,
if he knows he's holding a
King
worse
4, he'd go a
pair,
lot bigger. But,
exactly. We have it easy in here when we see
certainly
these
do.
cards.
5 seats left on the ground flip. Anyone is interested, raise their hand. A man will come over to make the details. 5 seats left. Easiest and quickest way into our next grind. 150,000 guaranteed.
Yes, exactly right. Bender.
Now, after that pot, Nathaniel's going to be working with upwards of 120 big blinds, and all that means is trouble for the rest of the table. When Nathaniel gets a hold of a lot of chips, as he bagged 19 start stacks in the main event tonight, and I'm not sure we're going to have anyone that's going to get close to a stack like that. he went into that main event bubble last night with a lot of chips, so I hear, and really leveraged that advantage. And he's got 120 big blinds now. We're still playing chip EV poker, but Nathaniel this deep, such an experienced player. He's played millions and millions of hands online, and it's not someone I'd want on my table with 120 big blinds, but 19 start stacks in the main event. Nathaniel's going to be very hard to beat in that. Although the last time he bagged the chip lead in the main event, I'm not sure he even made the money. Different structure now, but he went on to lose every hand on Sunday. But we're in the money, and 19 star stacks is going to be very, as we mentioned last night with Antoine, the path to victory for that tournament will be through Nathaniel, as it was through Antoine, but he ended up winning anyway. Nice for Rob to realise that we really can't show down this hand, and probably will generate a snap fold here from Nathaniel, which he does. And it's good to see. It's good to see he knows that, Queen Jack, after the way this has played out, we really have to start betting these hands on the river. And, how good's that bluff when we get to see Nathaniel? Obviously not a hand that we can call with, but we still generate folds from those better hands. Love to see that one from Rob. And, he's not afraid to go after those pots. Seen him play some really big hands here this week, Rob, and he's managed to get on top of a lot of players
Small black, 500.
during the week. Now, Steve, after just picking up a nice one there with Queen High through the bluffs, going to pick up Ace-Jack suited. Actually, sorry, no, that was Rob. But we're going to see two Ace-Jacks tangle here. And
26, yeah? Yeah.
Don't know about the people in the chat, but really loving the four-colour deck here. Something I'm used to, but it's good that it's good to have this on stream. Really quickly able to decipher these hands, and especially I know a lot of people watch this on their phone. They get the stream up on the phone once they get the alert, and like the way the four-colour deck is working now. But if we get feedback that it's not good, we can always change around. We're just experimenting with things this week, but liking how this is coming out as let's see these hands tangle up. Stephen's probably is the only one that can win with that backdoor flush draw unless he folds, but
especially got a phone like mine, mate. People ask me, why are you still on an iPhone 5? It's actually not, but it's very small.
It does look like one.
No, it's called an SE. It's an Apple SE, which is, I'm reliably told, has the insides of a 12, but it's just a smaller size.
Yes, okay.
So I have a small phone with enormous type, so you can read it. We were talking about Warnie's crew and the Warnie game, and probably his greatest nemesis was a bloke called Stephen Baker. He used to play for St Kilda, little champ.
Best and fairest winner.
It's Stevie's birthday today, so not sure if he'd be listening or not, but certainly
Poker
some of the
player
people.
himself?
Oh yes, but he was Warnie's nemesis. Warnie used to he'd just throw his chips in with 2-5 and finish up hitting straights, and just constantly, and Warnie saved all his savagery for Bakes.
Yeah, wow.
Just to absolutely give it to him. We had to do I think one of the hardest things that Tony and I had to do was he put a Poker with the Stars on, and it was scheduled, and it was only weeks after Warnie passed, and Warnie was a patron of Poker with the Stars, one of the big charity events that the Hashem Group does, and he wanted to cancel it and he couldn't because he booked the venue and they wouldn't give him the deposit back and all that. So we had to put the thing on, and Tony and I had to put together a tribute to Warnie, a video tribute, and that was honestly done through a lot of tears. But Bakes featured very heavily in that video because it was all about Warnie and poker. It wasn't his life and his career. And there was a lot of video of Bakes being yelled at, abused, and he loved it. He loved it.
That would have bittersweet, but still would have been a great.
Oh yeah, there wasn't a dry eye in the house. I can tell you, it was. It was. Everyone knew how much he loved his poker, and Jackson, his son, has sort of gone on to initially anyway want to follow a career as a professional poker player. I think he's diversified a little bit now into a few other things, but he still plays a lot.
Heavy presence on social media. He was on. What was that? It's not Survivor.
Yeah, he was on the
whatever that show, I can't remember what that
oh
show's
my God,
called.
there's so many of them, isn't there? And I should know I'm in that industry.
Yeah.
Help us
out in the chat if you remember what reality show.
With the sergeant yelling at you, the military.
SAS Australia.
Yeah, he did very well. Geez, he'd go better at that now. He is so fit and strong. He spends so much time in the gym looking after himself. He's just come off the back of a year without alcohol.
I think I did see because he was making TikToks about that, and I think I might have
ice baths every day.
His Instagram,
yeah. He went through a very, look after myself period, and of course he's now out there as the face and spruiking the Warren Foundation with the heart and health testing machines, which are everywhere now because of him and the other two kids' persistence and perseverance, and a lovely lady by the name of Helen Nolan who was Warnie's PA, but was a hell of a lot more than that.
Yeah, I can imagine.
She's taken up the cause, and I've got no doubt in the world that they've already saved a lot of lives with people testing themselves out and realising that hell, I need to go to the doctor here. My heart's not in very good shape.
I think if there is a legacy that Shane has left behind, aside from all the amazing things he's done, there a lot of, I've seen a lot of interviews at the cricket and on Boxing Day when those machines are out the front. A lot of middle-aged men saw that as someone who we probably thought would never die.
No.
And thought, well, if that can happen to Shane Warne, it can absolutely happen to anyone. So if there is a legacy he's left behind, it's to go get yourself checked at any age, but especially around that age of 50 where a lot of, males especially may not be as healthy as they should be. That was the catalyst to go and get tested or go and get a checkup, and we'll never be able to get the value of how many lives has been saved through that, but what an incredible legacy to leave behind in a terrible circumstance.
And it is called, the Shane Warne legacy. That's what it's called now. That whole movement of getting people to test themselves, and it's our audience. I'm sure a lot of people that we're speaking to out there are, in that sort of, 40, 50 year old males, who are watching this stream and are interested in poker. And I'll tell you what, now that I think about it, it actually would have been fantastic to have one of those machines here for all the players, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
We've got hundreds of people coming through here over the course of the week, and you can just have a look at this table and see that, the demographic of people here, fit that. So,
and adding to that too, poker there's a lot of amazing, great things about the complexities of poker. It's an incredible game. The intricacies of the game are fascinating. However, when you're traveling around playing at clubs, you're staying away from home, you're always playing through the night, it doesn't tend to be conducive to a healthy lifestyle.
I knew you were about to say that.
Yes,
and it's
not.
so true.
And after the last 2.5 years since I started taking the game seriously, I don't even want to admit to you how much weight that I've put on, but I'm nowhere near the shape. Some of the best players in the world are in incredible shape, but if you're in the grind of going from series to series in Australia, you're always travelling around, sometimes it can poker is so immersive. Sometimes it can be literally the last thing you're thinking about when it should be the first.
But it's not easy to get, good food. It's not easy to get up and exercise when you're playing so many hours. It's just something that.
A lot of the time, if you're running deep in a tournament, you'll bag up at 1, 2 a.m. Macca's on the way home.
I did it last night.
I did it last night. Hungry
it's-
Jack's on the way home.
Yeah.
I've played football and cricket my entire life. I've never been a person that's gone Macca's on the way home, but I couldn't tell you how many times I've done it in the last 2.5 years.
Yeah.
And you just really have to be mindful. But we look at players like Jason Kuhn, one of the best players in the entire world, is the most ripped person I've probably ever seen in my entire life, and they prioritise that, and then they play.
Well, the one who stands out for me is Daniel Negreanu, who started to spruik all of that, healthy living, being healthier, at the table, and
takes his own meals.
Yeah.
Takes his own meals.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna. It's a little bit easier when you've got your own van and room there at the WSOP, when he's got his own kitchen and all that type of stuff.
But you can prepare too. I mean, there's nothing stopping you coming here and packing up, some healthy stuff, having some fruit, but very few people, from what I see, do it. But you should. You should. And if I was doing this, I probably would fall into exactly the same category of just. I'll eat what's there. I'll get the break when I can. And it doesn't help when you are finishing at 2 in the morning. There's not many options.
A good local example I could think of, I'm sure he's not going to mind, is a Gold Coast. Well, he's French, but now lives in the Gold Coast. Romain Morvan, who just took down the 5K a few months ago for a couple $100,000. Has some really great results online too. A very fit individual, but you'll see him here with his, with his meal prep tuna, his protein, all of those cold meals that he'll just eat. He's always just eating a salad at the table, and he's in incredible shape. He prioritises that, and that's not common in the poker community.
I thought it was interesting, you talking to Antoine after he won last night, and you said, you've had such great results. What's happened? What's changed? And
I'll come back to that very quickly.
Yeah.
We have a monstrous
Yes, of
cooler
course.
blind on
Yes.
blind, flush over flush.
Yeah, which is
he's chosen.
definitely worth watching. Yeah.
Well, we're small blind versus big blind, and Stephen is in the blender. There is nearly next to no way that he can fold this hand. I mean, there's just whatever time he spends here is going to be a little useless, because there's no way he's ever going to fold a flush blind on blind versus Nathaniel. Here's the thing with Nathaniel. I've got so many hands against him. I'd probably jam this for value. My 8-high flush on the river.
I was about to ask. I mean, is this just a call? I mean, is he considering?
You can see his reaction already.
Okay.
You see, he's wincing. He's wondering what he can beat, and in the end.
But is he Hollywooding? Is he potentially going to push this in?
No, absolutely not. Yeah, just a call. There's no way he can fold. He is filthy. So I just wanted to take away from that. What was the question?
This is really important, that we're commentating the poker as well. But yeah, just, you spoke with Anton last night,
yes.
and he needed something pretty bad to happen to him to straighten him up. He needed an operation. He'd torn a ligament, I think he said, and he needed an operation. So he's been recuperating, and said part of that recuperation was that he was eating healthier, that he was resting, that he was, getting his mind, right. So,
and look at the result.
Yeah, and he attributed it. He said that's definitely one of the reasons why I'm getting these results.
He's played 2 tournaments since his operation. He's had an operation, but during that time, because he was home and couldn't move, he started studying poker. And now he has spent all that time studying. He got his mind right, and look what happened. He won $65,000. 3 weeks later, he comes here and wins another $27,000. It's $100K in the space of a couple of weeks for someone that hasn't played, sitting at home recuperating and working on that mindset. Proof's got to be in the pudding
And
at some
working
point.
on his health. He said he's been eating healthier. He's, you know, all of that sort of stuff. So, yeah, look, it's challenging, and you know, you don't have a go at anyone for the way that they run their life or the way, you know, I mean, people are in a position, you know, sometimes it's really hard. It's, you know, it's really hard to make sure that you've got your healthy food, that you've got your hydrating, that you're getting up, you know, and moving around. I mean, that's the really hard one for me, is actually getting up and moving around, because you're just sitting at the table for so long. And then on top of that, we come here and want to do interviews with people during breaks when they just want to get out of the room.
Nah, the looks they give me, the looks they've been giving me, they've been really good, but there are times where I could maybe want to grab this, whoever it is, for an interview, and I think, no, maybe I'll just let this one go. But I think, conversely, as Nathaniel's absolutely rampaging here, he's been on the right side of coolers, aces versus queens, flush over flush, 2 pair over 2 pair, but you know, you got to attribute he's putting down these sizes that have been called in basically every spot. Obviously, queens versus aces is just a cooler, but you know, with Nathaniel with all these chips, is not a table I'd want to be on. But just circling back to, you know, living a healthier lifestyle, playing this game, I personally am the first person to admit I have no excuse. Like when you get home late at night, and you get up at maybe 10 or 11 o'clock and day 2 starts at 12 or 2 o'clock, the last thing you're thinking of is going to the gym. Now, before, when I was in the workforce, maybe you start at 12 and you get up and go to the gym and then you go to work. Just with poker, when you're getting home late, there's always time to do it. But just for some reason, the game's so immersive, a lot of us tend not to choose the healthier option. There are a lot that do, but I think you would speak to most players that play professionally on the tour, especially the ones that I've met in the last couple of years, always say that, oh, God, you know, we always get Maccas on the way home and whatnot. And when you really think about it, you can get up early before your day 2, or, you know, the grind today started at 3 o'clock. There's plenty of time to get up and go to the gym, and it's something a lot of players, you know, know about, are mindful of, but it's really hard to actually just take that step and make it a really good routine, because if you are playing professionally, a lot of the time, because we're in an Australian time zone, if we're playing online, we've got to be up at 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning to match the overseas schedule.
Sure.
And if we're up at 2 or 3, potentially we have, you know, potentially we've got 3 or 4 hours sleep. We play online, we play for 12, 14 hours. You know, maybe we've had a really bad day. I can tell you from experience, the last thing you want to do after that is go to the gym. So something we've all got to be mindful of.
So Nathaniel again in great shape here, hitting the 10 on the flop.
I know we've been talking a lot, but I'm not sure if we've gone up to 600, 1200.
It is 612, yep.
Or is it 1, 2?
No, I'm pretty sure it's 612 from what I
so
saw.
612. So we're working with 135 big blinds probably if we're Nathaniel. And I mean, this is you'd be so Nathaniel currently has 3 start stacks. Yeah, so I'm not sure he's going to get a lot of value.
He won't,
here,
but he's starting to look like the Dipper of last night, isn't he?
I might tell Nathaniel I said that. I'd like to see his reaction. Yeah, Dipper got smashed in the face with the deck a lot of the times last night. All very normal spots, you know, but you know, Dipper was getting in 7s versus Ace King and just a 7 high flop, and like you didn't want to be going all in against Dipper. You know, we're always going to see Nathaniel barrel this turn. Even though we've got so much of the board locked up, we've got a lot of flush draws that we need protection against, and you know, even our low wheeled straight draws that our opponent can have, and we still can get value out of a 5. Worst 10s we'd hope our opponent has, but you know, Nathaniel's always barreling this card for a nice size. I think we've gone about 60% here, and Bob has a decision because Nathaniel can be barreling flush draws. We do block one of those flush draws with the 2 of diamonds. If we've got Ace 2 of diamonds, King 2 of diamonds, which Nathaniel definitely opens from the cutoff. I think he probably even opens queen two of diamonds. But really good fold there from Rob in a spot where, you know, we could probably keep Nathaniel honest, but in that case, he had it.
So this was a 50k start
50K
stack. So
start.
he's got 178,000 chips already. That's pretty healthy.
Let me put this into perspective. You were just having a quick break when I mentioned this, but right now, this is a stack you'd love to bag, about 3.5 start stacks. You'd love to take this into day 2 to tomorrow, but Nathaniel in the main event last night bagged 19 start stacks, which is, I think, one of the biggest. I can't recall ever seeing a APT flight through with 19 start stacks. I think I've seen, 300 usually a pretty good.
That's crazy.
19 start stacks he bagged last night. Craig, just let me know before, and I'd like to be corrected if we could, but I don't think anyone has ever bagged 19 start stacks in the main event, and that's what Nathaniel Hutton's going to be working with on day 2 on Sunday. Imagine rocking up, bagging day 2 of the main event with a bloke on your left with 19 start stacks. I mean, he's already got 3.5 here, which is enough for day 2. He bagged 19 in the main event. Incredible.
You can see up in the top corner now we've had over 100 entries into this, 105. So we have now smashed the guarantee, which we were always going to do, but it's nice to see that number climb. 74 players going around.
Just a potential hand alert here. We've got a 3-bet and a cold call, which is a note in No Limit Texas Hold'em tournaments that we don't see too often, as we've got player on their phone during the hand here. So we've opened Queen 6 suited under the gun, but we've got a 3-bet with 10s and a cold call by the 7s. Not something we see too often. But, you know, Rob could be in a little trouble if we get a low board, but this could be an action killer from both sides and maybe not the big pot that we potentially saw coming. I think Stephen, you know, Rob's shown a willingness to bluff. You know, we saw him take a pot away from Nathaniel with Queen High. If Stephen checks here, Rob will take the lead in this hand because our cold calling range is going to have a lot of King X. I'm not sure it's going to have a lot of Ace X, maybe some Ace Jack suited, Ace Queen. We never have Ace King. We always 4-bet that. But if Stephen decides to check, which
I don't think he's going to.
No, it's to be a spot where you know.
But it is interesting, isn't it? Because that's if you're Rob, that's what you're representing, just calling there. So
it's really hard to put players on a cold calling range because it's such a rare thing in poker, in you know, calling 3-bets. But we've got a nice shot here of the outer.
Yep, we love doing this for you. So I think there's 3 different events going on at the moment.
2 of my best mates side by side, Charles Sy and Matthew Gin. Matthew Gin arrived today. Goliath runner-up and mixed game star. Him and Charles sitting next to each other.
Yeah, the challenge for our producer to get that shot back to exactly where it was, which he has done. Well done. It's a little joystick that he's got in there that he's moving that around with. We call him the pilot when he does that. But that was a good job. Really interesting technology that we're using here, if you are interested. So obviously the RFID table is the next step up from the little hole cameras behind the cards. So the cards themselves have chips inside them, and the table itself picks up the cards via the chips.
And all what we're seeing is automated, as we explained to
totally automated. So as soon as it sees it, it'll put the graphic on there of what cards they're holding, and no one's switching cameras here either. It automates as we move around the action. So when the action comes onto Simon here, for instance, the camera that's on him swings around. What is being done manually, though, is the betting and the chip counts, and that's why our dealer is wearing a headpiece, and the dealer is actually telling us what the players are betting, the amounts, and our producer back here is hearing that and putting that into the system, so you then see it on the graphics. It's complicated but simple, but what it does give you is this fantastic coverage that we're able to bring you. Lots of plans for this too. This is a really big part of the Australian Poker Tour, is to make this coverage stand out.
I really like the idea that we're going to proceed with more of a quality.
Very much so. Well, we have to, very much so. And the next step is sponsorship, of course. I mean, we want to get viewers, enough viewers, that it's not just the poker community that's supporting this, but outside companies go, wow, there's a lot of eyeballs on this, and this is a good thing for us to be involved in, and that's all happening behind the scenes too.
Michael White, seat 7, Rod Madsen, seat 8, Simon Mutton, seat 9, and Katie in seat 10.
Does start with the players though, and the numbers, and again, Braden, the numbers have been fantastic here.
They have, especially when we've got a couple of big competing series.
Yes,
I know overseas,
the timing's not fantastic.
It's
yes,
not.
it's true.
Obviously, not a lot of the Australian contingent go over to Vegas to play the WSOP, but it definitely takes players out of the 2.5K to 1K buy-in range that are over in Vegas, and obviously big series on in another state currently as well as Sydney Champs. So, I think all things considered, taking that into account, the numbers have far exceeded what we thought at the beginning. But any of those fears were alleviated on Sunday when we got 200 runners in the Joe Hashim deep stack, and I think we knew from then on we were going to be okay.
Yeah. There was a little bit of prop betting going on around the numbers for this yesterday, because we didn't have an enormous number late last night, and there was definitely some over/under 100 betting. I did bet over 100, so I'm pretty happy now.
I like that. I like that.
Now the numbers are great, and that 105 is nowhere near finished yet.
No, we're at 600, 1200. We've got 4 levels of late reg left, or 5. Just look at our schedule, but with that unlimited re-entry portion, those unlimited re-entries tend to build up right after late reg when people are shorter and really want to get their opportunity to bag. That's when those rebuys will come in those last 2 levels. So, I mean, we could be betting up towards above the 110 or 120 mark. Now we're at 105.
Mads is asking about putting chips in the chips. I don't think that's ever going to happen, Mads, just purely because there's too many chips. It'll be too expensive. It's okay to put chips inside a 52-card deck, but I don't think you're ever going to see chips.
I don't think people realise how expensive RFID is. Yeah. The expense of the table and the cards is monstrous. A jack would be a very lively card. An offsuit,
wouldn't it, what?
An offsuit jack of spade or jack of club on the river here would spell close to curtains for Rob and an SPR of 2. But we won't get to a river after that bet on the turn. Simon showing very little interest in that hand. He was in the hand and didn't even contemplate seeing a river.
I think one of the things we will do during the break is just try and adjust the lighting on the table. I think the cards, the community cards are just reflecting a little bit into the camera and a little bit hard to see. So we'll do that for you without anyone coming on the chat and telling us to do that. I think we've picked that up down here.
Still tinkering, day 2, and
yeah, and it does change a little bit. You know, the table moves a bit, and you know, things on the grid move, and only needs to move a fraction.
And just, we've got a lot more viewers than we did a few hours ago. You know, you're going to hear me and Harvey talk a lot. We've spoken a lot about a lot of non-poker related things today, and you'll see we're covering the grind from basically the start of this flight. You know, we're not near the final table. We're playing chip EV poker. We're going to see a lot of players playing a lot of hands you wouldn't usually see on stream. That's a function of us always being able to record when the coverage is deep in tournaments. But here we're just trying something a little bit different. This is day 1B of the grind. Obviously you can see 70 of 160 with 30 runners already tonight. And this is going in inevitably Queens versus Ace King. And not sure I'd want to be going all in with any 2 cards versus Nathaniel the way he's been running today.
Flying, hasn't he?
Just to repeat, to probably, we think, a record-breaking main event bag last night of 19 start stacks. But if anyone out there wants to correct us, there we go.
So the
Things
king
tides are
has
turning.
come out.
I actually can't see the deck.
And an ace as well.
A queen or a jack. But Roland will survive. Very small hit to Nathaniel's stack.
That might get him rolling in the tournament.
Don't mind it.
Sorry about that.
We've got Simon Mutton's new to the table. A lot of love for Simon in the chat, actually, and he's shown a propensity to mix things up. As soon as he sat, we had the Queen 6 suited under the gun, raise, and the very next hand limp being Ace 10 suited. So I feel like Simon's a player we're going to see a lot of action from in this table, especially with Nathaniel on his left and Evan Stephen Smith in seat 2, obviously following up that 3rd place $11,000 score he had on Monday in the Joe Hasham Deep Stack, looking to capitalise on that form and confidence here in the grind. Unfortunately, ran flush over flush, blind versus Nathaniel. You know, I'd certainly be out in that spot. I would have jammed for value and I'd be walking back to the registration desk, but Simon was good enough to be able to just call the river, and Nathaniel would think he'd potentially be hard done by there. With Simon just calling, but he saved his tournament life, and he's obviously in very good form, thinking about the cards as he should, and as Nathaniel picks up another good hand here in the small blind.
Where's the club on the river? So my queen was good.
Love you guys in the chat. Last night was, I reckon, I wouldn't say, I'm not sure it was historic, but the amount of viewers and comments we had in the chat when Antoine put Gary Lynn all in and Gary was in the tank with 4th pair on pocket 3s on 2, 4, 4, 5, 7. You know, the chat was really popping off and everyone was wondering, putting in call, fold, he's going to call, and something I haven't seen in an Australian poker stream for a really long time. So many people were weighing in on their opinions on their hand because Gary was in the tank for so long. You know, it was really good to see people getting involved. And why I bring that up is because Simon Mutton's really popped the chat off here. Lots of love for Simon, and looks like we're going to be seeing a bit of action. You're back with us, Harvey. What an unbelievable moment that was when Gary Lynn called off the pocket 3s, the chat, the viewers. the hand. Everyone was speaking about it in the room later. A really good moment on day one for us to have that. One of Australia's best players in the tank, everyone weighing in. I'll tell you what, we both said fold, and nearly everyone in the chat said call.
Yeah,
so.
we were very outnumbered on the chat.
And look, Stephen's decided to put in the bluff here, and you know the concept of this bluff I really think is quite good because we don't ever get to this spot with the worst hand, and you know that's where we want to really pull our bluffs from. Unfortunately,
it's the worst spot.
Nathaniel has the best possible hand you could have without having the nut flush. He has the nut flush draw and top pair, and this has been the story of Nathaniel's day, really, Nathaniel's week.
Goes all in.
Yeah, I like Stephen's really Stephen, I love seeing this, you know, he's picked the worst hand he could get into this spot with, and now we're obviously just seeing a bit of Hollywood here, and you know, we'll see this go into the muck fairly quickly, but you know, it's good that Stephen's really been able to see that we can pick one of our worst possible hands here to raise and leave us enough behind to be able to fold and continue with the tournament, but he's timing there, unfortunately, ran into a rampaging Nathaniel Hutton.
Yeah. As you say, nothing wrong with the play.
No,
just the timing of it was about as bad as he could have got.
Nathaniel's sitting there with... Nathaniel has to bet his full range there. If he's got ace-queen of spades and that raise comes in, which Nathaniel's gonna, most of the time, you know, miss this board. If we put that raise in, Nathaniel just snap bends. He's just happened to run into ace-jack with the ace of clubs. So, love to see that from the guys trying to push the pros around. Good to see.
Yeah, the big event on tonight, we certainly expect you to stay on the stream, but if you're whacking on the telly, of course, is Tottenham Hotspur and Newcastle playing at the MCG tonight. Fantastic to have the EPL there, and I know we're both fans. You did ask, are they going to be playing a second string team?
Doesn't appear that way.
No, the teams have just come through, and there's no second string. This is the full strength Tottenham team and the full strength Newcastle team playing against each other. So that'll be really good.
That's just incredible.
Yeah, the only one that's not playing for Tottenham is Vicario in goals. He's on the bench, but everyone else is playing. Van der Ven, Dragacis, Porro, Madison, Sarr, Bentancur, Son, Brennan Johnson, Kulusevski. So yeah, they're full starting lineup. So might be a nice night for everyone at home to whack that one on Channel 10 and stay on the stream here and listen to us. You don't need to listen to the commentators there. You just listen to us. We're far more entertaining. But yeah, would have loved to. I mean, it's great to be here doing this, but I would have loved to have been in Melbourne to see that 80,000 at the G. It is a bit of a once in a lifetime sort of thing. And if you're a Newcastle fan, they're all playing too. Joe Linton, Harvey Barnes, Isaac, Ramirez, Trippier, yeah, the whole lot. So
just getting a few messages
pretty cool.
from my cousin and best mate. Shout out to him, Patrick Jinks, same last name. He's one-eyed Newcastle and has been one-eyed Newcastle since he was a kid, and he's able to go to the MCG and watch his team play, but he's just let us know that nearly every pub in Richmond is absolutely packed to the rafters.
It'd be crazy out there. I've got some very good mates going as well. They're all long-suffering Spurs fans, and they get to see them up close and live is terrific. Imagine how much money they're getting to hop on a plane 24 hours after they've played their last game, go to Australia for one match, turn around and go back. They just must be getting so much money to do that. But it's very good for their international brand, and there's been a lot of criticism in England about the teams, particularly Spurs. I mean, Newcastle's coming out to play a couple of games, but particularly for Spurs to come out so quickly and just play one game. But, you know, imagine the people in Melbourne, you know, just... You know,
such a
the
big
Londoners
following
don't
of
own,
EPL.
yeah, they don't own that side. I mean, we get a right to see them. We should, you know, they should understand that they've got fans all over the world, and especially here now with Ange. I I hated Spurs. I absolutely hated Spurs.
Did ya?
But now, yeah, now I follow every game because of Ange, and it's a terrific thing.
You can add me to the list of those Spurs fans that have just had disappointment after disappointment, even with Harry Kane, that Champions League run that never eventuated. That trophy cabinet's still completely empty.
It'll be great viewing tonight, as I say. Stay on the stream here. Got some good poker, and yeah, if you like your EPL, it'll be fun out there tonight. Don't think they'll be going hell for leather though. By any
I wouldn't
means.
have thought.
So 108 now. Entries into this.
Oh, dearie me. It's not something you see very often.
Well.
Now,
So what's the worst thing to happen here? You get done by a flush?
yeah, well, yes, it's 1% either way. Obviously, one of the most famous hands in poker is the aces versus aces hand in the $1 million buy-in, one drop. It was Kerry Katz versus Connor Drynan. Aces versus aces with 12 left, 15 million up top, and it ran out a 4-card flush to the billionaire. The pro poker player went down. The billionaire ran out the 4-card flush, aces versus aces, but extremely rare occurrence. You know, I really like this from fairly standard so far, but I'm unsure with Nathaniel can't continue here, and he can't. But you know, these are the type of spots whoever tends. The aggressor in the hand can take it down when we range bet on these ace high boards, as I was about to say before I saw the flop come out.
Yeah,
but we may see Rob, you know, we may see Rob take this one down if he chooses to bet his range here on the flop. You know, it's really not good for Simon to continue, but even with, we don't have the spade working either, so really interesting to see what's going to happen here.
What's Nathaniel thinking now when he sees that ace come on the flop?
I think in a 3-bet pot and a cold call, I still think only thing he'd be hoping would be for his backdoor flush draw. Because, you know, our opponents have ace, king, 10s, 9s in full. And I don't think Nathaniel will be worrying too much about not being in this pot.
Right, okay. Because I lament pots that I'm not in when I see a flop and go, yeah, it was just another little bit. Why did I call?
So this is what we spoke about. It's going to be the aggressor in these type of pots that takes it down, and we can't fold just yet. You know, it is. Ooh, I lost our stream. Yep, no. The problem here, it's going to be nearly for half. Apologies. It's half his stack here, and it's going to be a very awkward size to call and face decisions on the river. But Rob's got 13,000 behind in a 64k pot, and I could imagine this might go check potentially. And the players might have a good laugh if it goes check and this shows down. Yep.
Look at the face. There you go.
There we go. It always have a bit of a chuckle when the types of
have a
hands like
chuckle,
that
and
happen.
everyone else around the table's going, you just wasted all our time. We could have had 3 more hands while that was going on.
I don't think if we weren't open-ended, I wouldn't have raised you off to that call there. That's all.
Now, the only thing funnier there would have been if another jack had come out. That's
I don't think funny would be the
Okay,
word for that.
okay.
I don't think funny would be the word for that. When there's been foul decks on live stream, the poker world lights up with
absolutely.
controversy.
But
I'm not sure
I'm
that's what
telling
we
you,
want to see.
that's happened at home games. I've actually seen that at home
It happened in a $1 million cash game on
Did it?
stream at the
Oh,
Aria.
wow. Okay, that's
I
no
think
good.
two Queen of Clubs came out on the flop.
That's no good.
In like a 3-bet pot with $100,000 in the middle. You can see footage of that on stream. And it actually also happened last year at the WSOP. I'm not sure it happened in the main event, but it happened definitely in a bracelet event. a similar scenario where two of the same card came out on the flop, and one of the players on the table was lucky enough to snap that. And but it has happened in a $1 million buy-in. I'm not sure it was $1 million buy-in, but it was a high-stakes game with, you know, Antonio Svendiari and Doug Polk and whatnot, with 2 queen of clubs on the flop. And I still remember seeing the hand where it was like a 3-bet and a call, and the flop comes out and they're both like, what? Huh? Looking over at the table.
I
like,
hope that
"What's
was
happening
very
here?"
early in the event.
That was a cash game. Cash game, yeah. So,
well, I hope it's very early in the cash game.
Absolutely. Could have had millions of dollars change hands there on a foul
wow.
deck.
Won't happen here. We all see, just as it does everywhere else, the whole deck face up before everyone sits down, and we make sure that every card's the right card, and there's 52 of them.
Yeah. And every time a card will fly off the table, or any type of controversy there, we always get the TD over, deck brought out onto the table, card count, and we don't continue the tournament on that table until the cards are recounted again, and making sure everything is of the highest standard.
Ever heard of, I mean, there's obviously many, many ways of cheating, but have you ever actually heard of, you know, the ace up the sleeve, you know, the people have, you know, have held additional cards and swapped them in and stuff like that? Have you ever heard of that type of thing happening?
Potentially, it wouldn't be as prevalent now, just with people being able to, you know, film hands and have cameras and other things. Or a lot of people are, you know, are a lot more aware to scams and whatnot. But not too long ago, there's dealers that can manipulate the deck are incredibly skilled.
Dealers, yes. Dealers, absolutely.
That are incredibly skilled, that you would never be able to notice. Would have happened a lot in the old days, but I think even recently there was some controversy at an event in America where someone was able to film secretly with their phone. You know, the title is a card mechanic, and if you're not watching and you're in one of those games, you may never know, and they're so skilled, and you've just got to be careful. And obviously that's, you know, something that's never going to happen on a, you know, at an event like this. It's more something you'd really want to look at when you're in home games and private games.
For sure. Yeah, and it happens a bit, you know, in blackjack, you know, dealing from the bottom of the deck and that sort of stuff. You know, there's certainly been stories about that. Probably a bit harder.
Nearly impossible at a live series when you've got the cut card. You know, but you can still able to manipulate it in certain ways. From what I've seen on Twitter and YouTube and whatnot, you just always got to be careful, and there's always a risk with those home games and whatnot. So. But definitely does happen when there's money involved.
Sure. Come and play here. Don't play at home games.
Exactly.
I think this is the last hand before the dinner break, which will be nice for us as well.
Yes, very hungry. No McDonald's, no Hungry Jacks this time. We'll try and pick
We do have Kings, though, so this might take a little longer if someone else wakes up with a hand.
I haven't played with Roland, but I've been very impressed with Roland's play, and Tino can opt to 3-bet or raise here, but sorry, 3-bet or call, but we're just going to put in the call and see if flop ace-8 performs well in this scenario. We're ahead a lot of our opponent's range, but unfortunately we don't want an 8-high board if we're Tino. But we do want that board.
That's quite nice.
Now, if you ask, struggling to see those cards a little bit on that flop when they come out. We're trialling this 4-colour deck, hoping you like it, but we will get that issue fixed on the break.
Yeah, we're going to try and, as I said, it's just the angle of the light on the table. It's reflecting the cards back into the camera. So when we get a chance, I don't know if it'll be during this break. Of course, we are broadcasting this a half an hour behind. This is not a
spicy hand going into
dinner.
dinner.
Real spicy now. Yeah, we are running a half an hour behind, so it's not like, you know, we can just go in there and run in during the break because the break's happened half an hour ago. But we'll try and
Love
fix
to
that
see
for
a
you.
big size here, 8 or 9K.
That's not much.
He's gone half pot, still okay, but you know, on this type of board, is Tino thrown out? I know, just the call. This type of board with our specific hand, now our opponent's called.
You wouldn't want an 8 here.
I mean, it'd be...
Well, completes the flush draw, so, I mean, not having either of them thinking flush, but...
No, not really. Tino does the spade check. Just always got a better hand for value here. It's just a size that we want to try and work out now. And,
We don't have to stay, do we?
you know, after a calling flop and turn, we've got to assume heavily that our opponent holds that ace.
That's a fair bit too, though. Fair
We've
bit.
got a half pot size here potentially. And Tino, look at the experience there. Snap binned ace-8 on this board. Blocking backdoor flushes as well. He didn't even give that a second thought, and he's off to dinner, saving 10 big blinds on the river. Well played, Tino.
That. Well, we're off for dinner too, so we'll see you guys in half an hour.
Yep.
And no Maccas, all right?
No Hungry Jacks either.